Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are here on the Shadowed City podcast, and we are here for Breaking Keyfabe. Episode 3. And we await our guest. And I hope everybody is having a good day, good night, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever y'all may be. And I am very excited for this interview with the one and only Euan G. Mackie. The man is a talented competitor. He has faced some of the best on the Northeast, from the UK to Ireland to Scotland. He has done a lot. The man is a true talent, and I am very honored to have him on here. I've had many of great talents on here. Hot Dog Starks from a few other circuits in America. We had Sweet Caramel Lightning, and we've also had Ethan Andrews, also, who is also from the Northeast. And we await our guest, Mr. Euan. Right as you sent your invite, I sent one to you. Hello, sir.
Hello, there doesn't appear to be anyone in the box above me, or maybe it's below me.
Do you mean you can't see my screen?
I can't see your screen. I can see me. I can't
so
see you.
Basically, with this, they will see, the audience will see us, but for some reason, our stuff won't let us see us.
Can you see me?
Yeah, yes.
Lucky you.
Well, sometimes Messenger's not always our friend. I'm sorry.
No, yeah. No, that's okay. That's fine. Well, thank you for taking the time to do this with me. I appreciate it.
This is a huge honor for me. You are one of the first names I saw in the independent scene on the Northeast. You captured my eye from your matches with Jam Dog, who I'm assuming we will talk about through this.
Yeah, of course.
Well, I'm aware that your debut was in 2007. Is that correct? Who were you trained by?
I was trained by a number of different people. Guys in the Scottish scene. I would later go to train with other wrestlers and have advice and such like from names you'll likely recognise. But the first three people that trained me, the first ever wrestler that trained me, was a guy called Alan Grogan. Okay, and Alan, he was known as, originally he was known as the Terminator Alan Grogan, but he later took the name The Natural, and I thought he was naturally very, very good, very competent, but he knew. Oh, Corey Davis says, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Corey Davis.
Welcome, Mr. David.
Alan was not naturally good, but I think he taught me lessons I wouldn't quite understand until later that he'd already picked up. And he hadn't been wrestling for too long when he trained me. There was the governor, Carl Conroy, as well. Carl Conroy trained a lot of, when he trained myself, he picked up on a lot of details within wrestling that to this day that I still focus on. It's a case of, if you're going to do something, do it properly. And Carol was somebody who watched. Alan was naturally very good at understanding the dynamic of wrestling. So was Carol, but Alan was very good at understanding what to do on the fly, or understanding an audience and understanding what an audience might interpret, what an audience might see. Carol could work on the perfections and imperfections and correct things, so to speak. And Mike Musso was the other trainer in the W3L training school at the time in 2006, 2007. And Mike kind of picked up a lot of the theatrics of wrestling and the, I guess you could call it the essence of wrestling in a way. Like, he knew what might be a good fit for somebody starting out, what might be a good idea for them. Not always, but people have to experiment. So he was quite confident on trying to make everybody that came through the training school doors find something that they could make theirs within wrestling. So that's three. Oh, that Jam's watching now. But
Welcome,
so,
Mr. Jam.
welcome, Jam. You better be naked below the waist. So yeah, those three guys were the people I started with. But I would eventually go to train, and I went to loads of places. A lot of wrestlers within Scotland. There was periods of time where I would go to several classes. So I had spent time with the PBW school, which was also the BCW school kind of at the time. I went to Scottish Wrestling Alliance, which it later became Source, but then the Scottish Wrestling Alliance broke away from that, and it was quite confusing. But in that school, there was Killian Dane, or Damo, as you would, well, as we would call him, but you guys maybe know him as Killian Dane from
Well, I
being
know
on
him as both.
TV. Sorry?
I know him as both names. I've been following his career since he was Damo before WWE.
Right, okay, well, that's good. So, in those days, Damo was kind of left as to be in charge of the training school for SWA. But then I think I've had advice from lots of other people. They might not remember it. Before his passing, Road Warrior Animal, he didn't train me, but he did see me perform against another wrestler who was much bigger than me. And he just gave me one bit of advice and said, "You sell very well for your size." And I thought, I'm humbled. It's a privilege to hear that. And I think from his day, guys were 3 times the size of me. But when I was in the ring, I made it believable as a smaller wrestler to wrestle a bigger wrestler. And that Animal said to me, "You made this very believable." And I thought, oh, good. So it's believable I could fight a bigger man and sell for him still, but still tell a story, which is something I always wanted to be able to do, to tell a story. And if I think about it, I've had the pleasure of being able to work with the $1 Million Man, Bram, as you'll know, or Thomas Latimer, whatever he's going by now these days. I haven't seen him in years. But yeah, I've had opportunities to work with or train with these people. And if I look back, I've got a lot of gratitude for it. I think the training that I probably could have had more. I could have gone out and looked for more. Like, again, I got an opportunity to meet Diamond Dallas Page. I've had an opportunity to meet lots of wrestlers, but DDP particular said to me, and again, this wasn't training, he did say, though, that for some of the creepiest, well, at the time he said one of the creepiest gimmicks he'd ever seen, I managed to get a face reaction. But then that told me that I thought there must be something more behind that. There must be something about my way that either endears me or like almost entrances people and brings them in. Good evening, Jam. I've just seen your message. So after hearing that from DDP, I'm not one of these people that goes up to ask a lot of questions of travelled wrestlers. I just like to hear little bits and pieces. If they've nothing to say, they've nothing to say. But it's good to speak to them. Like, I think about all the conversations I've had with, here's another name, Clang, Joey Legend, Johnny Storm. I see these guys quite a lot, and I'm quite happy to like catch up with them. But to work with them and understand that there are elements of, you learn when you're in the ring with these people, to understand that myself, I could impart knowledge I've gained as well to other people. Here's Dagon is in now as well. So I've had the opportunity to work with guys that have been around for a long time. It then filters down to what I do in my own wrestling practice, technique, whatever you might want to call it. And then I can impart that with other people. But the stuff I've learned that I don't think I give myself enough credit for. So when I've got information to give to someone, I think, hey, no one needed to tell me that. I learned that. So I wouldn't say I was like the most experienced person on the planet by any means, but with all the experience I've had, I think I've modestly, and there's Dagon saying just what I've kind of said, I've, in a humble and modest way, I try and hold on to it and go, no, you don't have to tell the whole world who you've met and who you've worked with. But it doesn't mean to say that you're a big star or anything, Euan. What it does mean to say, though, is that you have learned enough so that if a journeyman wrestler comes along, you can talk to him. And I don't get starstruck. I don't think I've ever really got starstruck. And I like that, because I'm still able to speak to wrestlers who are world famous, $1 million man, these people that I've met and have been lucky enough to meet and be on events with, and I think, I'm not starstruck. You're part of this, and I'm part of this. I'm a lesser known part of it, but I still work just as hard, you know? So there's a long answer to the question about when I started training. Oh, look, Daniel Baldwin's in. Lucky us.
Mr. DJB, the king of social media.
Oh, yeah, well, DJB, the king of filming. Fantastic wrestling footage is really, really good. There's some people who think they're really good, but Daniel Baldwin doesn't get enough credit. DJB can make anyone look good, I think.
I most agree with that. I have seen his work, and I have talked to him on like DMs and stuff. And the man is great at what he does. And I do agree, he does not get enough credit. And if anybody has never checked out Daniel J. Baldwin's work, please do, and please go check out Euan's work. And also, Jacob, welcome, Jojo, welcome Jack Graves, welcome Jacqueline, welcome Johnny. Welcome, Prince Dagon, of course, and DJB, and Jam Dog. It is good to have you all here.
Hello, everyone. If you don't know who I am, then you might work out who I am in a minute. Loving the DJB love. I never did something else there. DBJ, which we don't currently want right now. Not when we're on live. I mean, you can only see our faces. You don't know what's going on underneath. Thank you.
With many a time, I've loved filming you in action.
I bet you have. But at the same time, I've often been so glad that he's filming because he gets footage to you as quickly as he can. He usually captures everything, and he flatters you usually with the best angles. And once he's learned what might be your in-ring repertoire, he follows it quite well, which is not a lot of people do so well. Like, he understands, I believe, maybe not everything, no offense, maybe not everything within wrestling, but he understands how to film wrestling. He understands when momentum's building, and he understands where to be when somebody might be going to the worst thing is when people climb to the top rope, and some people film the person on the top rope jumping, but not the landing. And that's, oh, now Jem's watching, so everyone's here. So that's the worst thing is then Jem's good at this actually when she films. She follows a wrestler but doesn't spend too much time focusing on just that one wrestler. Actually, both her and DJB are very good at understanding how wrestling should be filmed, and they find really good angles to do it. Some people, when they film wrestling, as I say, will film a guy. Many a time I've been on the top rope ready to hit an absolute belter of a leg drop, and I jump, and the person hasn't followed me, but they will follow the end result when I've already hit the leg drop. And I think, you can tell I've done a leg drop, but you can't tell what happened there because the person has been watching with, like, they've been probably watching with their own eyes, but not with the camera. But with DJB and with Jem, Mr. OK's here. That's it. We've completed it. We don't need anyone else here. Mr. OK's here, and that's someone else who should be naked below the waist, right? But yeah, Jem and DJB are fantastic at following the action. Some people aren't because they're watching with their own eyes, but not the camera. That's what I'm meaning. So jumping off the top rope. But the worst thing is running to clothesline somebody, and somebody will film the impact of the clothesline, but not the end result. So people just disappear out of frame. But you don't get that with Jem, and you don't get that with DJB. And that's because I think they follow the action, and they're every bit as sweaty as we are when we're done, because they've moved around and followed the action. So that's the DJB love and the Jem love. Jem works harder than most wrestlers, can put a ring away. Oh, not herself, but she might have to one day. And we've got Chris Scott in as well. How fortunate. There better be loads of people coming in here.
Welcome, everybody that is joining us. I am very honored that everybody gets to see this momentous interview and time, and we get to learn probably some things that others might not know about you.
Well, we'll see about that. Oh, Carly's here as well. We better just stop the stream. Stop the live completely now that Carly's in.
Oh shit! We have to go to the unrated channel.
Yeah, we might just. Well, maybe not. we'll just give up completely. Oh my goodness. So, sorry, I've rambled on a lot about how people were good at filming. It's not even about me.
This is your thing. I like hearing this. I want to know what. Yeah, like you can express whatever here. There's no judgment here.
Good. But better not. Oh, Jam has said, Jem is a vital part of Alba Championship Wrestling, a true grafter. That is very true. That's why Jem is like comes with me everywhere, because I don't think I could do it. I'm good, Lewis. Thank you for asking. It's nice that you've asked me specifically, Lewis. You've not asked Brandon, though, how he is. I can't even see him. It's utterly dark above me, by the way. And Brandon will see his face, right? And then me above him, probably. So me doing this, Brandon's probably there. Is that right? Yeah. So am I above you?
I'm on top. I'm basically at the top. You're on the bottom on my side.
Oh, okay. So you're up here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Right. I can't see you, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you look like.
It's weird how this works. Like, it will show you, like, even on the, like, after this, when I post on YouTube, everybody will see us clearly. But for some reason, it just doesn't want to work when we're in the actual stream.
Let's be honest. Everyone watching, when you're in a voice call with people anyway, when I'm in a voice call with people, or I'm doing like a webcam thing, it's a Zoom meeting, I look at myself in the little box anyway. I'm not looking at anybody else. I'm most of the time spent looking at myself. James Hughes said, would love to hear about the psychology, and when I seen you wrestle, every tiny thing you do has a meaning and builds up to something with purpose.
That is true. You know how to tell a story in any match that you're in. I've seen the moves that you do and how you get the fans going. You get a reaction everywhere you go.
Well, the thing that I will say, without making it seem like I'm being arrogant, I've had, and seen my early days of wrestling, I've recently been speaking to one of the guys who owns and runs Dropkick Championship Wrestling, that sometimes being stuck in like really crappy positions or not getting, and I said, in fact, if Carly's still watching, remember this from Saturday, I've had points where the rug has been pulled completely from underneath me, and I am, I thought I had a wine bottle in the back there, and I would look like an alcoholic, but it's not. It's a bottle of water. It's fine. That I've had things taken from me, like moments or opportunities. Not like anything too crazy, but there's times where I think, brilliant, I have a chance tonight on this wrestling event to do something good, and then it's taken from me, not the spot, but the chance to do it. And I think, oh, okay, I have perhaps a minute to get a reaction out of the people there, whether it's a rumble, a run-in, or even just a really quick match or an appearance. Other times I think, okay, I've got 10 minutes with somebody who, like, in the past, somebody who doesn't want to take my moves. I'd say things like, I'm going to do a springboard 450. That's no joke. Something I used to do. And people would go, nah, don't fancy taking that. And I'd be like, well, how about a crossbody? Can you just do a running one? And I think, do you know what? Why don't we just go out and tell the audience it's all a bent job and leave, Give them something. And if I realised the more and more limited, not so much wrestlers, the less they wanted to do, or the less that a venue allowed, or the less I was getting, somebody missing a spot I was maybe supposed to have, I would make it count. I would maximise the minutes I had. And that's what made me kind of stick out, partly my size, partly my look. But wherever I have been, where I have gone from being allowed to have something to almost nothing, I've thought, well, how do I leave? Thank you, Lewis. How do I leave my mark? And sometimes that's entirely been my entrance. Other times that's been I've had an elimination from a rumble, just say, or that's me getting thrown out, or it's been a situation where I've been in maybe a multi-man match. I've not had a lot, but everything I've been able to get, I have made count. So with what James was saying, it's these tiny little nuances that build and tell a story. It's almost, if I think about it, sometimes, especially if you work on the fly, you'll feel an energy within an audience and you'll understand exactly where you might need to push things. But if you think about your move set as well. There's a lot that you can. There's people out there that do many cool things, but it loses its luster. And if I think about wrestlers that wrestled in the 80s and the early 90s, where wrestling looked real, there's something to be said about a safe style where it still looks competitive and real and impressive, and there's one or two cool athletic things, but it's easy for an audience to digest. When you start to take it into almost superhero territory, you remind the audience that it's it's a joke, well, not so much a joke, but you remind them it doesn't happen to be 100% real and happening at the time. So for me, I have tried to think of realistic moves. And do you sit wrestler? I sit on wrestlers still, Lewis, and I'm currently sitting down as well, if that's what you mean. So anyway, for example, I have a double. Sometimes it's a double jump. Sometimes it's a little Vader bomb out of the corner, and I had a way of doing that. And people often, and one of them was my cousin. He said, "Why do you, when you're doing the Rolling Thunder, why do you do like a head nip off the guy? Wouldn't it be more impactful to do a full Rolling Thunder and do a big flip on him rather than doing a smaller flip and back onto your feet?" And I said, "But think of the rhythm here. I have, bye Lewis, bye. I said, think of the rhythm here. I'm starting slow. So usually I have my opponent in the corner, run in, give him the breakfast launcher, that's the knee to the middle. The guy sinks down. It gives me enough time to wind the crowd up. But if I'm a face, I can get them up. If I'm a villain, I can incite some kind of annoying banter to them. As I'm looking at my opponent, now I've since switched this so that I'll just do the splash there. But I used to turn and stand on my opponent to step over them to then hit this Rolling Thunder. And the way that the rhythm works is a long, prolonged stand, back down, turn round, roll, head nip, boing, boing, splash, right? And the crescendo is the splash of me coming down. At this point, the wrestler I'm working with just has to sell for me. He just has to stay there. So it's easy. If he sells, he's had his middle kneed by me and he's had the breakfast launcher. He's there feeling a bit winded. I step on him again. I'm not a heavy guy, but with the audacity and the aggressiveness that I stomp on him, he's going to sell again. And as I take the time to turn and roll, again, I do the one roll and then the little flip and the head nip onto my feet and then another double jump. What that's supposed to kind of show is that I'm playing with him, almost like a dolphin might with a pufferfish, or an orca might with a seal. I'm not a big guy, but this is my opportunity to keep somebody down and embarrass him, plus show off. And as much as I've just said things seem contrived, I'm not doing too much that isn't believable. If the guy on the ground sells for me, even if I step over him and he starts to get up, I'm going to kick him back down again. I'm not just leaving him. But the best way to sell that whole thing is it hurts to get hit right in the guts. Somebody knees you there and you can't breathe for a couple of moments. You're going to take your time out in the ground. My understanding is, whilst that's a whole sequence and it sounds a bit contrived and I just happen to be in the right place at the right time, if the story is told well, there's a reason for the face/villain to be on the floor. There's a reason for me to step on him because I'm fabulous, right? And there's a reason for me to build up the opportunity to do this big reverse double jump springboard splash because I'm using my whole body as a weapon, right? So that's just a little example, but the build up there, the build up of the maneuver is really a way of looking at a lot of things within wrestling. I like to almost, it's to reach a crescendo, and obviously people want the result is like the payoff as well, that 1 2 3 or the tap out, which is why like an audience can handle a double count out or a time limit draw, but if you can catch them, if you can take them on that whole journey to the point where they've had enough time to go, oh, he kicked out, okay, and then when you throw in the pinfall, I like to seed, like almost like foreshadow what might happen at the end with maybe how I start or part the way through. And it's not the case of someone goes for a finishing move and I reverse it. It's almost like if a slap is used at the start of the match, perhaps a slap will be tried at the end of the match, but it'll be countered. It's something as simple as that. But it's almost like the audience learns, hopefully, they should learn, and people learn. So when you take them on this little journey where your character or you as a wrestler and the other wrestler have learned. And my last match in Dropkick, I started the match trying to fool Asylum, ran in and drop kicked him, he didn't budge, ran in and drop kicked him, he didn't budge, crossbodied him, and I just bounced off of him. The way I got a reaction out of him was to slap him. And at the end of the match, he whips me into a corner, came running in, I snaked out onto the apron, and I went to slap him again because that had been effective. And this is at the very end. He took my arm and punched me as if to say, right, stop slapping me, you little bitch. And I hit the deck. And what happened is that because Asylum was now on top, he'd gone to almost run off to shoulder me. He'd done this at the start as well. He'd knocked me onto the apron, and when I got up, I started mouthing off at the kids, turned around, and he shouldered me off the apron like he speared me, and I flew into the barrier. This time round, he tried the same thing for the other side, but I moved and kicked him in the chest when he put his head through the ropes, climbed up to the top. He grabbed me as if to go, no, you little bastard, you're not going anywhere. And then I, again, slapped him because it had worked before. And as he was getting his bearings, I took his hand and did a rope walk face buster. That still didn't beat him. But that's where the story was, is that my opportunities have to come with a little bit of storytelling and a little bit of a build-up. But there's a reason for it all. It's not just put in because we want to do it. And if that's really something that someone wants to do, if they really want to put something into a match, then we can tell our story around it. And there's always a chance of getting more than you might think you've got absolutely nothing. And sometimes I will say to somebody, we could do this and we could do this. And people will say, but we've got 20 minutes. And I think, yeah, we can drag that out in 20 minutes if you want. It's an understanding what you can do with the time. I think a lot of people get to the ring, younger wrestlers and older wrestlers get to the ring and forget that their entrance has maybe lasted 5 minutes. That you really have to look at it and understand that the wrestling show isn't, the wrestling event isn't on just for your match. If you've got 15 minutes, you take 15 minutes. If something happens that's unavoidable in your match and something, that you accidentally go over a couple of minutes, that'll more than likely happen. But you have to think about as well what you're doing as a tiny cog in the wrestling show. Don't need to give them every single move, Do you still do wrestles as Charlie J. Anderson? Yes. I did it last week, and I'm going to do it again this week, and then I'm doing it the week after that as well, and then the week after that as well. In fact, as far as you want through August. Anyhow, I went on to that tirade. James, hopefully that answers your question. I have always tried to put little nuances because I can't be any other wrestler on the planet except the one that I am, right? Whether you want to call that a wrestler or an idiot or whatever, right? But I feel you have to make it interesting for the audience. So even if you're doing something on the fly where something's happened in the ring, am I your favourite? Well, I appreciate that, man. I really do. If something has happened in the ring and you've managed to get an audience react out of it, don't overdo it, but you can always make callbacks to it. Again, it comes down to having a bit of wit and a bit of comedic timing and a comic understanding of things, but a lot of people will get that as they wrestle. Some people are just not naturally funny people. So as a wrestler, I will do, Charlie, but I'm in the middle of this thing with Brandon just now. But I will do, if I can remember. But
it does look like his profile picture is of you and probably him. I only can see half
I recognise my shoulder, which is an odd part of your body to suddenly recognise, But not the worst. But not the worst, right? So I hope that's made a bit of sense for James when he asked. But you have to put in these tiny little things. You want to take the audience with you, especially when you're in front of a live audience, and when you're telling stories as well. Put in bits that they can follow and they can understand, and that's why I think a lot of what I'm doing, especially the psychology, which nobody ever noticed, but the last time I wrestled Alan Shaw, is every time I pinned him, I'd also been working on his knee and his ankle, his whole leg really. Every time I pinned him, I hooked to that leg, and I thought no one will notice, no one's going to notice. But you know what? The fact that I did it meant that if somebody wanted to go back through that match, and Shelley's watching now as well, that's because she's finished lifting heavy weights and getting shredded, and now she's sitting down to watch me get interviewed on a live. Lucky her. Lucky you, Shelley. Yeah, so the thing with Alan Shaw, I'd watch his leg every time I went to pin him. If I couldn't manage to get him with the submission with the lament configuration I was using, I would switch to every time I pinned him, I'd hook his leg because that's the bit I'd worked on, right? Which makes sense to me, you know. But it's these little things I'm assuming James is talking about because I pinpoint where what makes sense and then where to go from there, if you understand what I'm saying. And
Point
hopefully,
A to point B to point C.
yeah, and there'll be a lot of wrestlers that talk about this is your story beats, you want to do this, and I'm assuming this is what they mean. But for me, I think, well, I don't want to make this too complicated for an audience to follow, and sometimes modern wrestling can have a lot going on if the guys are very athletically and they're quite acrobatic. Then it takes away from what people would normally follow because, like, MMA is not confusing for people to follow, and usually a good movie is not difficult for somebody to follow too. There should be bits where you think to yourself, okay, yeah. And like I'm saying, after the slap that we used last Saturday, I slapped Asylum to start with, and then he gave me an underhand chop to teach me a lesson. The next time I tried to use it against him was near the end of the match. I threw the slap, he grabbed my hand and clocked me one. He hadn't really hit me that hard for me to take the kind of bump that I did. And then he went to teach me a lesson again, like how he started, and he knocked me clean out the ring. This time, though, I was ready. So it was an engaging back and forth rather than sequences we saw on the TV. We thought about our situation and thusly decided, right, this is how the story should be told. I'm like, I'm half his size. Maybe even a third of Asylum's size. But we made it believable. We made it understand that just because I'm smaller than him doesn't mean that I'm not a vicious little bastard. It doesn't mean to say that I cannot fight and will not fight when cornered. And that's exactly how we pushed it. So those little things, I mean, I've been told before that when I was a pirate, I did piratey things, post moves or after moves, and when I've been my drag queen look, I've done overly camp things, and I think, yeah, but that's all the elements of the look I'm doing and the premise of what I'm doing. So when I've been either a pirate or a drag queen, I've added little elements of that to the match, but it's still Euan. It's still every bit me. It's just little things I put in there. But it's not so much for everyone to notice, but it's good that people do. And because they do, I'll keep doing it. So there.
Well, freaking, I think that that's incredible. And you were talking about your gimmicks, how you were saying how you added those little elements to each one.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed that with there was Captain Euan, and you were talking about your drag one. Isn't that E.G. Mackie?
That's Mega Mackie Z.
Mega Mackie Z. Okay.
Yeah, that's with
Okay.
the long ISIS wings and the mask that's got the gold in it. It's my YouTube channel. There's the video called From Goblin to Gorgeous that you'll see me become beautiful. If I wasn't already, I become very beautiful there in that video.
Well, you are a very beautiful man, sir.
What a flout. Whoa. And you know what? It's warm here in Scotland, but it's just got warmer now. That's right. It's a lovely sunny day out here. Out here. I'm in my flat. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, so there. What is your YouTube channel name? Interestingly enough, Charlie, my YouTube channel's name is Euan G. Mackie. Would you believe it? And that's true. It is that. Now I've changed it. And you'll know it's me, right? Because I'm in almost every thumbnail of the videos. And if I'm not, I'll go and I'll change that. I'll go and I'll change that right now. But I don't do what YouTubers normally do with a reaction face. I could, you know what? I wish I was.
A reaction
like around
face.
at the. Yeah, you know when. Or, you know, that's what wrestlers do now for their content, and it's there. It'll be like, what botch was this, or how? Like, and that's nothing
Okay.
to say anything to to insult any wrestlers or anything like that. But it's I think like they all use the reaction face, and people use that on. Sometimes it's overdone, but I couldn't do that. I don't think it's because I'm old school or anything like that. And these things are done by people older than me. I just missed the bus when it came to doing things on YouTube. Now I just put highlight videos and the occasional match up or a promo, like a kind of hype video up for events. But I don't really put and like nobody really wants to hear me talk for the length of time that I will talk. I might have like one interesting thing to say, and the rest is all nonsense. So I think I missed the chance to have like to maybe take off doing something on YouTube, and that's probably down to the fact that I wouldn't know quite what people would want to see. Like I don't know what people would want to hear and see. But my point being is that my YouTube channel does help me because I can often let people see unlisted matches that I've got. So that they understand, like promoters and people like that, understand that I can work with people of different sizes and different genders, as it has been at times. So it's
You
something
face
for
both
me.
men and women.
Yes, and I think it's an odd thing because I'm often told I could end an event, like I could end a wrestling event, be the last match, or I could be the first match, but I could wrestle a woman. Not that there's anything wrong with wrestling women. I could wrestle a woman on a show, on a wrestling show, a wrestling event, and then the next day be at the top of the bill against a man. Or I could open an event against a man, wrestle a woman. I could be in a 10-minute opening contest. I could be in a tag match. I could be in a big marquee match. And I think without sounding arrogant, it's only because I've pushed and tried to almost explore absolutely everything I could do and be reasonably adaptable. And I think that's why I changed a couple of years ago to wearing the bear suit, because I felt like I wasn't being adaptable enough. And people might say, what does a bear suit do to make you adaptable, Euan? And I thought, well, I had restricted myself for years because you will get typecast within wrestling. If you're a big, monstrous-looking guy, they'll always put you as a villain and either make you run through people because it's been done on TV, or I missed the YouTube train, says Jam. Not to get late to get on the OnlyFans train. Well, there's a good point. Didn't realise there was a train, but get me a ticket. I'm ready to go. Anyhow, if you're a big guy in wrestling, sometimes they will make he's got to be a monster and beat loads of people up, and I get that. That's sometimes a role that someone could have, but it's one of these things that I think, anyway, where I was running the risk of being typecast. If you do a weird gimmick, people will put you in weird situations, and you won't get out of that. If you were to say, I'd like to expand a bit, and I want to explore, and I want to maybe create a different idea of what I'm doing. For example, there will be people that were confused, they were surprised, and like, weren't you a pirate? Why are you wearing this bear costume? And I thought, just because I could do it. Not any one of you could do it. You could get a bear costume made. Jem made it. Made my one. But there are wrestlers out there, and this is a message to them all as well. There are things you can do where you fit in your box, and that's perfectly fine. Whatever your name is, John Fire, Chris Water, whatever your stupid superhero wrestling name is at the end of the week, you can go to a wrestling promoter or a wrestling training school. You can stand there as muscled as you want, as fat as you want. It doesn't matter anymore. But the wrestling promoter and all the other wrestlers will go, oh, we'll put him in this match. He could work here. He could do this. But you will find a limit. And you'll find that Euan Mackie, despite being small and despite being buff these days, small and green and weird, I will still manage to fit into other places as well that you won't be able to. So I can wear a bear suit that's green and black, and you guys couldn't pull that off. But then I learned to pull it off from being in positions, like I said, where I only had seconds to make an impact. And I tried my hardest to the point now where I could wrestle a woman and it's not weird, okay? Because I'm also kind of strange. But then I could wrestle a guy who's 3 times my size. Then I could be in a tag match. Then I could be in a really silly 2 or 3 minute match where either I win or I lose. It's all about being multifaceted, and I did not want to typecast myself, because the problem is, by doing a creepy gimmick, like when I had the Venetian carnival mask, people would have the tendency, if I was wrestling people, they'd always go, oh, I'm not scared, oh, it's not Halloween. and it would just kill the effect of me being creepy. It would then be their way of going, oh, I'm the superior wrestler. This is them breaking their own kayfabe. I'm the superior wrestler, and you're just the character. And I thought, well, what if I shelve I keep the weird nuances, I keep me being different, but what if I just shelve the character, needing to rely on the character, just the gimmick, and I put that there, and then I give you me, the real me, who could get away with wearing, I could wear a huge sombrero, right, okay, with like a dog in the middle eating a daffodil, and no one would question this now, right? But there are some wrestlers who would do that, get into the ring and still wrestle like a regular guy. There's no need for the sombrero, but I could wear it. If anyone has a dog that eats daffodils and wants it to be involved in wrestling on a sombrero, we can make that happen. Lee Coleman's watching. Perfect. But that's what I mean, and that's why I changed, as I realised this, and for every wrestler who's watching as well, I realised that if I let people tell me, not just wrestlers, just people in general, even lay people who would watch me do something in wrestling, like, oh, it's cool that you're a pirate. Some wrestlers would say that's the only thing getting you over, ha ha ha, but then that person who said that doesn't know what 15 minutes looks like, and so he would always run over. But I realised, no, there's something that I'm doing. It's maybe my determination to make an impact, it's maybe my determination to elicit a response or provoke a response, but the most important thing is I cannot limit myself by doing a gimmick that everybody thinks they've got read and, you know, cut and dried. A pirate, whilst fun, is easy for an audience to expect I'm going to various pirate phrases. They expect it, and whilst they have fun, if they could never really believe I could go beyond that. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean by that? It's a case of people looking at the pirate gimmick and going, yeah, that's about as much as he can do with that. It was the same with the Goblin of the Skies. People assumed, oh, it would just be weird stuff you do. So what it meant is that I'd either be the butt of the joke.
You were
or
also the Goblin Pirate.
Yeah. Well, that was the same kind of thing. If we look at my sections of me being things, I was originally known as the Entertainer, which was just because I had pink gear and a top hat and a cane, and that never was fully understood. I wanted to be like a host, like the character who announces stuff in the Thunderdome in Mad Max Beyond the Thunderdome.
Oh.
I wanted to be like almost wanted to be the, like
the ringmaster.
Well, kind of, or a compere, so that because I saw wrestling as a show, most people do, but as a sport as well, I thought, well, I want to be a real mix, because wrestling is theatre and sport at the most base, I think. So I would come out, this was my idea, to have the top hat on, to almost be like, welcome to the show, everybody, but not so much like a ringmaster. It was almost like it could be a burlesque show for all we know, but it was to come out and be quite fabulous and take to wrestling as if it was maybe like the 1930s, or a degree of like the show's about to begin, everybody get dressed up or get prepared for the wrestling. And then that led to eventually being part of a tag team with Taylor Bryden, and we were known as the Disco Biscuits, and that was just our love of dancing and bright colours. From there, though, I realised that I'd swapped my style around, so I was doing a lot of springboards, flips, cooler moves, and I realised something, that no matter how much I was doing flips or I was diving, something just looked different. There was people that I admired for how athletic they were, but then I would look like just a little hamster doing a backflip, or like I'd be flying through the air like a monkey, and I thought, why am I not doing a drop kick like everybody else? Why am I doing a weird side-on calf kick? Not understanding that I was able to drop kick, but I just preferred doing calf kicks. A lot of people said your style is more animalistic rather than disciplined. It's almost natural and feral. And I thought, okay, I will become the Goblin of the Skies, right? And that was where the Venetian Carnival mask came in, and the goggles. And I wanted a steampunk aesthetic before it got cool. But then I wanted to do that because I wanted it to seem like a creature or a person or a thing trying to mimic, almost in like like he's found a human suit and he's wearing it. So I would come to the ring almost like my depiction of what I thought a human being should look like, and I would come out of this costume, and that's kind of how where the Goblin of the Skies came from. And there were different like refined versions of it. I might have dyed my hair a bit, cut my hair, swapped the gear around a bit. But ultimately, the Goblin of the Skies was an oddball. It was a mixture of, like, I guess, a poetic, operatic side of, like, beauty and an element of performance with a real brutal ugliness at the other side of it. It was a real juxtaposition. It was a beautiful beast, or a beastly beauty, I saw it as. And it was meant to be. And the less said about it I was happier for the less people knew, the better, because they planted their own seeds and they made up their own minds. But I got to a point where I thought, I need to change this because I have another sweet mask that I'm not using. And I also, this was at the time, this was my golden one, and I thought I need to change. And so I wanted to completely kind of switch what I was doing, focus more on that beauty, and became Mega, by Charlie, I became Mega Mackie Z for a bit. He's reappeared and disappeared and reappeared and disappeared. But I became Mega Mackie Z because I thought, right, there's an aspect of my wrestling I need to explore. I have been able to explore this weird, crooked, unusual feralness that I've got when I'm in the ring. I loved it, and I loved being the Goblin, and everything that I'd relied on in the past that had to be, I thought I need to get, I need to do a drop kick this way, a crossbody this way, all of it went out the window. As the Goblin of the Skies, I was allowed to be as unique in the ring as I wanted. But with Mega Mackie Z, I was able to camp it up and almost like a pantomime, bring the audience in, not to tell them it was all fake and all a joke. It was maybe to bring in the audience and say, right, we can have fun with this. And I'm almost like a pantomime dame. And what that did was allowed me to explore just a little bit more of me, I guess the camp comedic elements, and how far I'll go to look fabulous. And sometimes, and I think to Pride last year in Perth, an audience that weren't really interested in wrestling, but they got to see Mega Mackie Z, and I was a villain. But I was a villain that they loved. And I'm not just saying that. I got so many people came to the ring for pictures with me after it, saying, we love you. You're fabulous. And I thought, well, I know for a fact I'm not. But they loved it because the people that came up to me anyways, a lot of the people were transitioning or just coming to terms with the fact they just come out, and here they see this drag queen character who's evil, but also made them laugh. And it was a character I think they liked to hate, but also liked to like. And that's but that's because Mega Mackie Z has come back periodically. I've done this. I've stopped. I've done the character for a one-off appearance. The next thing after that, after me being Mega Mackie Z a couple of years ago, I returned to being the Goblin again. And then from there, I changed into Sassol the Clown, which was to explore a sassier side where I could. As being the Goblin of the Skies, I always had to try and pick my best words. And what I said was when I spoke to the audience, I was very verbose, and then it was almost like opera acting. I was very over the top and very maniacal at times. The words I used made me seem like an 80s morning cartoon villain. But switching to be Sassol the Clown, I could actually be as cheeky as I wanted and as rude as I wanted, in a sense where it was safe enough to do in front of families. And I loved it. I just got to be mischievous. And then Sassol was only there for about 6 months. But now in Valor, with my clown face paint on, I can bring back elements of that. From being Sassol the Clown, eventually I returned to being, the Goblin of the Skies, Euan Mackie, the very good Mr. Euan Mackie. And then the pandemic happened, and we had a couple of closed doors events with footage to be filmed for W3L, and we went to the Respect Pro Wrestling facility. But then I thought, you know what? If the world ends or wrestling comes back, I think I'm going to be a pirate. I always wanted to be Goblin of the Seas. And so I did it. And I did it for long enough for some people to get it, and for other people not to understand it well enough to turn it into a cartoon. And as soon as that started to happen, with no offence to the people that wanted it to be a cartoon, I thought, no, I can't do this, because it might work for somebody if they were, and this is not a dig to anybody, if they were limited and that was the only thing that got them a reaction, great. And I thought, no, I've got tons of other ideas, things I would like to do. I'm limiting myself by doing this pirate role. And pirates didn't always look for treasure. In fact, they very rarely looked for treasure. Pirates were more likely to take actual resources they could use and sell. if they found treasure, they were likely just to spend it, but they didn't really go looking for treasure. So when people were like, "Oh, you're looking for treasure, you're ready to get the gold," and I'd be like, "Well, technically, pirates would more than likely take cloth and silk and food, because these are things they could use. Money was good, but not as good as stuff that they could actually put to use and
Yes.
resources they could use. And that's what people don't know. And because I was becoming a historically inaccurate pirate, I thought, no, I must stop. It's a cool look and a good gimmick, but the more and more, like, I've said this before to people. I've said this to Leon, who runs Dropkick. Leon's not watching, but he should. That pirates were actually feared. A lot of pirates respected each other, but I didn't just decide to do a pirate gimmick without doing any research. That's why I thought, right, that I'd better do some research. And pirates were feared, and not really one thing that you would want to revere years later. And pirates still exist, a different kind of pirate. But me doing a pirate gimmick now is fine, because pirates have existed, but they've only got a limited shelf life unless you can really, really make it matter and really make your act work. But people kind of like, worshipping the idea that pirates are cool. They were seen as quite, dangerous people back in their time, and quite, untrustworthy souls. Some of them were, well, good sailors and experienced people, but they weren't always to be trusted, and especially for the people trying to hunt them down. And because of that, it would be like somebody in the next 20 years having a Nazi gimmick and that being okay. So for that very reason, that's where I thought I need to be careful, because I don't want to be typecast. And I also don't think it's great that we're doing this kind of child's view of a pirate on a wrestling show, because as cool as it is and as much as I like it, it's only exposing the fact that this is daft. And it's a bit silly. And I like it, and I really do like it, but people watching, like folk I knew, people who came along to watch wrestling, loved me being a pirate. But then I thought I would rather you engaged in a way that I can bring that out of you. I don't need a gimmick as such to make you react. Like, there was, for example, Goblin of the Skies, there was a young kid, he'll be probably got his own children by now, but he used to, every time he was in Kirkcaldy, he'd look for Castle Macula, because that's where I got hailed from when I came to the ring. From Castle Macula, the very good the Goblin of the Skies, the very good Mr. Euan G. Mackie. And his dad told me, he's always looking for Castle Macula. I've told him that the one across the road is Ravenscraig Castle, but he still looks for Castle Macula. And I thought, I love that. And I would have liked that as a child. But I still think now I can be more engaging with what I do now than I ever have been. And it's, again, it makes me sound arrogant. But my point being is that I just typecast myself. And as I say, you'll have a big wrestler, or maybe you've got a handsome wrestler. They'll always get typecast. But I wanted to really push my role as far as I could, so I didn't get stuck just being you're either the small face that everyone's got to feel sorry for, or the small villain. And the other thing is, because I'm small, everyone just assumes I'm going to be chicken shit without seeing how vicious I could actually be. So yeah, I didn't want to get typecast, and that's what's led me to change. And maybe I'll change what I'm doing now, but I don't think I will, because it would be too much hassle. Who knows, though? You never know.
There's a whole road ahead anything can happen. And if anybody has followed your career, you have expanded around to big companies on the Northeast, and especially one that's like known out here to like us out here over here in the US, like ICW UK. You were there.
Yeah, I
I
was there.
What was it like there? What was the atmosphere like, the locker room and the matches? And
Well, I was part of ICW from 2012 to 2015, and the upside is that I know a lot of people that were involved with ICW. They went on to further their careers. Excuse me. But I will be honest, and this is no ill will to anybody, but I think everyone has learned. The pros and cons were that you could organically, but one of the pros, you could organically sense the energy from the audience. They could make, not so much make or break, but if you gave them what they wanted at the right time, the reaction would be top notch. It would be fantastic. and they weren't stupid, but they were in a way because you could still bait them and still get a reaction. And the less you said, and the more that you let things flow organically, the better. And what it did is it let a lot of people up their game backstage, because a lot of people got the opportunity that they maybe had been needing, and that could be almost anybody, but a lot of the guys got pushed to perform at their best, which is fantastic, right? And everyone wanted to be there. Absolutely everybody wanted to be part of ICW at that time. However, so all these things are pros, right? The cons were people could be incredibly wound up backstage. So they were really, really nervous. Even if there were people that performed at a high level and went out and were main event, they treated that a lot differently than they would eventually treat being at ICW. So sometimes people could be quite negative to each other. There were also people who were at the sidelines. Now, if I got told by anybody, you have 7 minutes, Euan, to do your thing, I'd do my thing in 7 minutes. But there were certain people who were told, you have 2 minutes. And they'd want 20, because they'd want to show what they could do. And I thought, you know what? You'll show you know what you're doing by making your 2 minutes be the best 2 minutes of the night. See, Sunday, Colin, you better be naked. And he probably hasn't heard that. Colin Barker is watching, I bet he is.
Well, I heard that he had a piece of Hannah's pie.
Oh, did he? Oh, my. So, anyhow, the locker room in ICW could get quite pent up. And I think a lot of people went from enjoying what they were doing to competing. And for some people, it was really good and it helped them raise their game. But it did make them feel like, I think a lot of people were at each other's throats. Nobody at me. I didn't cause anybody. But I did notice that some people would throw out nasty comments. And I thought, you wouldn't behave like this in another wrestling event in Scotland, so why here? Oh, it's Mr. OK is here. He's definitely naked below the waist. I can just tell. You heard that, Colin? Good. I'm glad. We can see what we can do about it on Sunday. What am I listening to? I'm confused. Something about pie.
So, Jocelyn, this is a podcast. This is the pro wrestler, Mr. Euan G. Mackie himself. He's a wrestler on the Northeast, and we're here to learn about him and his experiences in the wrestling business and whatever else he would like to talk about.
And Colin has said no pie. Okay. So we're putting the pie to one side and we're talking about ICW's locker room. And I just, you can have your pies later, if you must. But that was not to discredit anybody. But what I'd found is that when I was there, I thought, I'm so glad I'm here. But at the same time, I thought, I'm glad I'm not as stressed as everybody else. It got quite competitive. You're not naked either, but we'll see about that, Colin. And as good as it was, there was that downside, I think, and that sometimes people would change. And you would see them maybe 1 week at ICW, and then the next, they were at a different event that you were on with them, and they were completely chilled. And there were people who left the environment in later years that would say to me, oh, I'm just glad to be out of it. And I thought, I don't know how it happened, I don't know why it happened, but you have to like wrestling to be part of it. But people became very, very competitive and very driven. And there's something I've spoken about for years, and I am going to assume that it exists across the board within wrestling as well. The allure. And people get that feeling where the grass will be greener on the other side, you know? People are thinking, I want to be in that promotion, I want to be over there. They're cooler, these people. I want to be over there. And people will do almost anything to be part of a cool friends. You know, they want to sit at the cool table. Still Furia's watching now. Fantastic. They want to be with the cool people. And that's what I think ICW felt like, everybody fighting to be part of the cool table. And I thought, I'm just going to do my bit. The promoters have brought me in here and they want me to do my thing. I'm not going to fight for a spot. Maybe I should have. I'm not going to put anyone down. I don't feel the need to. I just watched, there's so many people who I knew as quite positive people outside of ICW become really vindictive and nasty, but people they knew, people they worked alongside, and how determined they were to look really good at fighting, right? And it was odd, and this idea of let's party and go crazy, and I think, yeah, let's party, we're in a nightclub for some of the events, but also respect your craft as well. don't do anything silly whilst you're at the event. Wait till it's over, and then, you know, as Mark Dallas once told a whole room of people, he's like, wait until the show is finished. If you're going to go crazy, he's like, if you can inject heroin into your eyeball if you want, but after the show. and that's, I would stick to that now. And I've been in dance shows. Here's the thing you might not all know, but people who've got me on Facebook, you will know that I pole dance or do aerial dance, right? And the amount of people...
You did put out that question, should I pole dance or wrestle? I do remember that.
Yeah, well, I still do both. But
that's awesome.
The reality there, though, is that some people at the start of these dance shows would get slaughtered. And, well, not that badly, but they would have a bit of a drink so that they felt they could perform. And I think people are paying to see you. It's just your friends and family, but look after yourself. You're about to get on apparatus that you've got to perform in front of people. I don't think it's safe. And people would say to me, oh, that's just because you wrestle or you do this all the time. And I thought, yeah, but I wouldn't get drunk. I wouldn't do any drugs before I wrestled. And that's not always the case with some wrestlers. And some people did, you know, they kind of kicked the arse out a little bit because they felt they should be partying around this ICW. Love you, Little B, you're worldwide with it. That'll be you, Brandon. You must be Little B.
Love you, buddy. And congratulations on your kid.
Oh, so Joshua has got a child now, everyone. Anyone who's watching. The man who's just commented...
Yes, he had a child not too long ago. Congrats to him.
Congrats to him. I hope it's got all of its, like, whatever you might call them, limbs, I guess. And, you know, and it should start earning you money and getting a job, however old it is, a couple of weeks. But anyhow, the atmosphere on ICW had big pluses, you know, it was good and it was a lot of fun. But now and again I thought, you know what, I'm going to stay clear of some people because I think they're maybe really stressed, they're not at their best. And it was an odd thing because any other wrestling event, they'd be perfectly okay. So Mr. OK saying congratulations. That could be congratulations for anything. So we'll just wonder what it is, Mr. OK. Maybe it's congratulations to me. I haven't had any kids though, so maybe it is just Joshua. Congratulations, Joshua. I'm assuming that's what the congratulations is for, Mr. OK. So yeah, that was my ICW experience, and like I said, I was part of the locker room from about 2012 to 2015. I think that was my last appearance there. Some people are shocked when they hear that, and I think, well, I was just glad to be part of it. As it was growing and rising, and so many people wanted to be part of it, I was very glad to be one of the Scottish wrestlers who got to be there. So,
do you have any memorable matches from there?
Well, I remember one of our matches from the Classic Grand was, and I don't know what's happened. We still don't know. Jam, if you're here, what's happened to Andy Anderson? Where did he go? I had a faction called Visage, and we had Falcon. Kevan was the name of the wrestler at the time as well. So Falcon, Kevan, and myself, and we set out a kind of open challenge as far as I remember it. And we took on Andy Anderson, who was meant to just wrestle Kevan and put him over as a big monster, but he didn't want that, and he wanted to get a match out of it. And I thought, you know what, if you can get some of your best stuff on Kevan, who was a fantastic bumper for a big guy, you can get some of your best stuff on him, the crowd will go for you. And he, at the time though, he was Scottish Wrestling Alliance champion. He was like, oh, but I don't want buried. And I thought, you won't be. Kevan can attack you and we'll jump in. But no, he wanted a full match and he wanted to be a gauntlet thing. So eventually he wrestled Falcon, who was a well-seasoned wrestler at the time, really good, really needs to get back into it. I know he's out there, and if Paul, if you're watching, you need to come back. But Falcon...
come back!
Falcon, exactly, Falcon, come back. But he wrestled a small match with Andy Anderson, and then when Andy Anderson managed to get the better of Falcon, Kevan came in, mauled him, I think hit him with something else, and then I came out of nowhere and hit a code red on him. Now, that's not the most memorable match, but what it was a way where I realised, you know what, we would have been perfect with just doing this as an open challenge, where Andy Anderson gets to a point where he lays me out, he maybe lays Falcon out, and then he's left with a big monster to fight, and he finds a way to get the monster reeling, and then gets him down or something. But he he didn't get it, and he wanted. That's no offense to Andy, but he wanted to shine, and I thought, if you can shine here within 2 minutes, you can do it in a full match. But the match I remember is one from Spaceballs, as it was known. It was myself and David the Beloved, who's now Frank of the Cross, against the Gatecrashers. Dave Conrad still wrestles, but Christopher Saint has since left the wrestling world. But that was one of the matches I remember because we were kind of, myself and David the Beloved were doing a gimmick with Nathan Black, where Nathan Black was almost like the I guess the devil, and I was in between them both. I was almost like the kind of agent of both hell and heaven and hell, because David the Beloved was almost like a religious preacher gimmick, and that was religic is all of that in one word. And Nathan Black was almost like a kind of, a man from hell, and I was in between them, almost as so that you think the angel and devil on the shoulder kind of idea. But I would be the manager. Interestingly enough, though, in a match where my music came on and my screen, whichever you would call that, people call it a Titantron. Just say it's that, right?
Yeah.
That came on. The crowd went crazy, but Nathan Black came out, and they went even crazier. He got more of a pop at my music than I did at the time, to come out in this battle royal and throw people about, which is why the promoters thought, right, he's got something, we could use it. It never really got a chance to take off, but I think that was perhaps down to I was told this, I need to slow down, told this by Renfrew, who said to me, you know what, he said, it's not really, and Dallas said the same thing at the time. They said that, it's not you, it's the people that you're working with. No discredit to them. They're not flowing like you are. You know where you need to take this. You know what you want to do with it. You are doing that. They are struggling behind you. Not because they were stupid. It's because I think the storytelling I was putting into what I was doing was not being followed up by the guys I was with. But that's not because they were crap. It was due to, I wouldn't even say an experience. It was I guess, a difference of ideas, And I'm somebody that does a couple of things and doesn't explain them, right? I let people try and work it out. If it needs explanation, if it really does, if it's weird, I'll explain it. But I don't always feel I need to, because especially if you're doing something that's kind of creepy. So that, for example, that match that I'm talking about, you need to say an awful lot. At the end of it, David the Beloved and I lost. So I just sat in his lap and hugged him as if I was seeking for forgiveness. It's a brilliant photo of me just holding on to him, crying. And the Gatecrashers, that was Christopher Saint and Dave Conrad, they won the match. And they were with, well, she was Courtney at the time, but she'd eventually become Isla Dawn in the WWE. So they were that little group, and they won. So if you want to check out a match, you could look at that one. If you get the opportunity, that would just be Euan, Mackie and David the Beloved against the Gatecrashers. I don't know if it's available. It might be. But that was one of the matches I enjoyed, just because it was good to work with the other tag team. And I had worked with Christopher Saint a lot before, and Dave Conrad. So I was happy to. Well, I would eventually work with Dave Conrad again. Evening, Ethan. It's all right. You can be as late as you want. Well, maybe not too late. If you're late and you miss the whole thing, then that's too late. So yeah, that's one of the matches I remember, and I think I never really got a chance to do much of what I could do, and I never ever fought for asking for more. I didn't think it was what I should be doing. I came in to do what I was told and to play a role, and yeah. So that's what I remember, and unfortunately, you will get people in an environment that get incredibly competitive. But as I said, it's that allure. I've got to be with the cool people. I want to sit at the cool table, and people will absolutely ruin their wrestling careers, or they'll ruin their personal friendships just to be in with the cool people. And then they realise that the cool people have got as much flaws as the uncool people, and then it's too difficult to go back. Now you're in another environment that's just like the one you've come out of. So in my mind, I didn't have any ill will to anybody in ICW. So when I didn't get work anymore, I thought, you know what? I've got tons of people vying to get involved. I'll make up work in other places. I'll find other bookings, and I'll let it be. I thought there's no sense in chasing it. that wasn't because I didn't want to be there. It was more because I thought of what people would do to get there and stay there. And I thought, yeah, I'll just let them be, you know. I hope that made sense. Made sense to
No,
me.
yes.
If it made sense to nobody, then I know your names, and I will come and I will fight every single one of you, starting with Mr. OK.
I heard it and I understand what you're saying, and thank you for telling us about your experience there, and
You're
thank
welcome.
you.
You're welcome.
You talked about being part of a faction where you were like almost like a religious type thing.
Yeah.
I do remember a faction you were a part of, which we shall talk about now, which is the perfect time.
Sure.
The Paragons of the Apocalypse.
Oh, yeah, the Paragons of the Apocalypse.
You
Now,
were the gatekeeper.
yes. And the point of this, right? Oh, Mr. OK's back. Brilliant. Now, I know that Dagon and a gentleman who we will not name, they made a team and it had a really good look. And I think initially when I appeared, I was kind of supposed to be a face, and I know that I had teamed with Dagon at a Carnage event, and I'd spent time speaking to Dagon, and I thought, yeah, no, we could actually work as a team, although we're being put together, I think, a little too late, because all the creepiness I'm doing has kind of dissolved. I'm not really playing this supernatural, a character, aesthetic, whatever you want to call it, but I can still team with you. And the idea would be, at the end of the night, to try and help Dagon win the Rumble he was in, to put him back on top. And it was revealed that the guy who'd won the Miner's Lamp, me, had suddenly switched. And we'd formed something. And the reason for that is a mindset that I've had for a while, and I have it to this day. And I think it's important to look at, like, it's almost like looking from wrestling and a realistic point and from the outside. I don't know how long I've got left. I'm 41 just now, and I don't know how long I'll be able to wrestle. I'd like to wrestle to a good age and still be healthy. But I can remember all the mistakes I might have made when I was younger, and I can remember how, like, as I say, I've talked about ICW, how driven some people were to get something, to matter, to almost have their moment in the limelight. And I thought that the idea of having the lamp was almost like I would be at the gates of what would be, you know, potentially somebody could open it to the future of their career. But first they'd have to pass me. Not because I'm the best, but mainly maybe because I'm saying, if you can pass me, then you can move on to the next bit. If you don't get past me, and I'm meant to be a nobody, I'm meant to be a nothing, wrestlers will look down their nose at me. If you can't beat me as like the end of level boss monster, you're not going anywhere. So that was the idea of being a gatekeeper, was to say, you know, you can cross the threshold and actually make something. But along with the Paragons of the Apocalypse, if you think about it like it's a kind of Shoten anime, like I would be one of the characters in a, you know, maybe one of the earlier episodes that people would find out was quite powerful. How do we beat him? But he's not the big bad, but he's a smaller bad. So I would be the person that would always kind of jump in and volunteer to fight someone before Dagon would, just to make sure that, you know, that they weren't going to waste his time. That was the idea I had anyway, with and having the, you know, being the gatekeeper and holding the lamp made it seem like, yeah, he could actually be in the bowels of hell during an apocalypse with a lamp. That's me holding a lamp, you know, deciding who comes in and who doesn't. Not necessarily being the best wrestler, but being the person who's like, no, I went through stuff. Now I need to see if you can survive. And it's almost like my way of saying, I'm going nowhere else. I'm stuck here. You have to pass me if you want to get any further. So, yeah, that's it. That's where that came from. And what it meant as well is that I was almost like I wouldn't say a henchman. A lot of the time when I've had factions in many promotions, I'm the mouthpiece. I didn't have to be the mouthpiece this time. I just had to seem like a wild card within the faction. You kind of knew what the two guys in the face paint were all about. You kind of knew what the weird wee girl was, and she's annoying, but the weird wee girl, you knew what she was about. But then there's this kind of crazy guy with half a haircut and a bear costume. What role does he play? He's fiercely loyal to them, but how loyal? You know, will he switch? You know, and I had ideas that would be quite cool to do that, and then we never did it. So there's that.
And for those that don't know, you were the Cash in a Lamp winner, which is what you were meaning by the lamp.
Yeah.
And one of the memorable times that I remember you guys like getting ready for a fight was when said person we will not name got buried by Ronnie Thatcher at the time.
Yeah.
And then you were brought in by Mr. Dagon as the partner for the match against the Thatchers.
Yes, and what ended up happening? Unfortunately, we were a team in Alba as well, and as soon as we managed to get a bit of gold, we ended up going our separate ways in both promotions. So I was like a tag team champion for a night. Good enough, you know. It was just I was glad to give that to the Thatchers, who are now the Bronsons in Dropkick, but I wanted to give them. They built this match. And I thought it wasn't fair. And the person that we shall not, he who shall not be named,
Yes.
he kind of ruined that, and he ruined an awful lot around about that time. Not going to speak any ill of him. There's no sense in even acknowledging him, which is exactly what I'm doing, so I'm going to stop. But the people had needed that match, I think, and the guys in it needed that match to finish their story. And I thought, if you needed a scapegoat, and weirdly, I had a faction years ago in W3L where one of the members was called Scapegoat. So they needed a scapegoat for me to come in and take the place, and I think we're going in to give this payoff. We could win. We'll set it up like we're going to win, but really we're here to almost build a new tag team and let the Paragons have their end in a way without it, like kind of acknowledging the blemish that was the cause of things. We'll say, if you get what I mean. So I was glad to almost. It was almost like painting over a crack, but with me, you know.
It was great. It was great. Like, what happened? Like, I get it. Like, freaking... And, like, the story build up, like you said, it was intense because of the whole situation of getting his daughter's head kicked in the head, and then everything came to a full fruition, and it was very emotional when that went down, and it was a great story, and I was happy that you guys were all a part of that and made something.
I'm glad we saved it, you know, and it gave to the, whoa, okay, Mr. OK has just given us a message that we might need to decode. You want a much, full stop, with full stop, Mr. OK. What? L like OK. Sounds hot, whatever it is, Peter. Brilliant. I think what that means is that you're going to send me nudes right now.
Oh, not the right content for that.
Okay, so don't send them to me right now. Send them to Brandon, right?
Oh, yeah.
Brandon will have them. And Jam as well, if he's still there.
Oh, I bet you Jam's still here somewhere. He's lurking.
He's lurking in there somewhere.
And in said company where we were just talking about where you were with the Paragons, you were also a former underground champion.
For about 2 weeks, yeah, I was. And that was kind of cashed in, stole it from Jam, won it, and then 2 weeks later ended up losing it back. But it ended up being more than just a belt, more than just, like I say, time comes for us all. And it was one of the last times I think Jam and I would be able to wrestle. And I've constantly said that time was running out. And that's an opportunity for me to be in a position where enough people cared about him and things that he would do to care enough for him, and for me to be in a position to make them care, so that I thought, this is it. We have to have a kind of a climax over the title at whatever has been booked. I'm not in charge of it, but we'll try and make this work so that the story that we tell is almost like a return to what we were when we were the Z List and we were a team and we were fun. But we're different men now, and Jam and I have spoken about this an awful lot. We are different men. A lot of people think that we're like the Timon and Pumbaa of Scottish wrestling, or that we're going to be two weirdos, and I think we've both grown up, and we might still be strange, but we've become very different men, and we still like fun. We still like making an audience laugh. But the two men that were about to wrestle at that event that we're talking about for the Underground Championship were different men that would have wrestled each other, 14 years prior. So it was important to show the audience, as well as this little story we had going on that DJB filmed really well. The best thing to do was to show the audience that there was still an element of the Z list and us still being friends there. We'd almost come to blows in a way that it was done like when with Rory Shaw invading and what's his name now? The other guy, I forgot his name. Rory Shaw and Dalton Garrett, that was his name. They interfered because they had their own vendetta with Jam, and I was like, no, I don't want this. This is not how these things are supposed to go. I want you guys out of here. And that led to the Underground title match that we were I assume about to talk about. But the story is that we'll settle this ourselves. When these guys started to interfere, that's where I started to stick up for Jam. And then eventually he did win, but after it I almost apologised as if to say, why can't we just fall out and make up in our own way rather than have these guys get involved? And then I think from there it didn't go anywhere, but it could have. And I would have loved.
But you wanted to keep the story between you two.
Yeah, we wanted to keep and the thing is though, the payoff was meant to be that the Z list could get to make a couple of tag team appearances, and we could do some could say it's again it would a little bit of nonsense, but a little bit of like just a brutal brawling mentality that we hadn't been able to do for years, especially as a team. I thought that could work. After the title match, we could bond, become friends again. Nothing was done with it. So we didn't go anywhere from there, but maybe in IWF, something like that will happen. Who knows?
And speaking of that, when we do get to you are working with a company that's closely associated with the IWF, which is DCW, and you have yourself a very competitive match coming up at Schools Out, is the name?
That is true. Yeah, that is true.
Against Alan Shaw. And here's the stipulation. If you win, Alan can no longer face for the belt as long as you are the champion. And
Correct.
if Alan wins, you don't get a rematch.
That is also true, yeah. And so while he's champion, I can't challenge him. So there's a lot on the line here. Oh, look, Charlie's back. Hi, Charlie. There's a lot on the line with this match, but that makes a lot of sense because the first match that we had was at the end of the Battle of Butler Cup in 2024 on the 9th of June, and Alan won that. And then come the coronation, hi Charlie, come the coronation, it was Alan that lost. I used my special pin, the sweet cheap shot, and rolled them up and won the belt. Then in a one-on-one contest, I put Alan away because he thought I had a sneaky pin just to throw out and use, and he thought he could counter that, which is great, but he could not counter my leg submission, the lament configuration. So I caught him with the lament configuration and I made him tap out. So I beat him at the coronation, and I beat him, and he got beat for the match for the belt with the four-way match. He then lost his own match that he got against me. So this is his chance to almost redeem himself. However, as much as I said I don't know how long I've got to wrestle, I'm not slowing down. So Alan, oh, thank you, Charlie, I appreciate that. Alan has all the talent, all the ability. It's just a shame that he talks and breathes sometimes, but that's okay. But he's in a position now where he kind of has to redeem himself. But for me, I've got 3 championships. It's not like I could afford to lose one and maybe being greedy having 3. but Alan's in a position where he needs this, but I also need it as well to kind of cement where I am in dropkick as well. And I need to, for everybody that said, I've been told as well by people who said, oh, you'll have a short shelf life, or you won't get much, or you'll not go very far. And I think, well, you know what? For somebody that's not meant to have done well, I think I've done all right. So the longer I have 3 championships, the more I can brandish them to say, oh, look at, where are your belts? Where are your championships? Oh, there you go. There's some wrestlers who told me I wouldn't be around in the next couple of years that aren't even wrestling anymore. So me walking into Dropkick Schools Out event champion and then walking out champion is quite important to me as well. So I'll be ready to show Alan a couple of more tricks. And I've put him away with 2 of them. He maybe won at the Battle of Butley, but sad I'm not wrestling tonight. Well, I'll be wrestling the weekend, though, and I'll be at FCW the week after, as well as Bleeding Gums Wrestling. I'll be there too. So
you'll be at Fire City, and you're going to be at DCW, and I'm going to assume you're going to be at IWF.
Yeah, IWF, and then like this weekend I'm doing. I'm at Dropkick, but I'm not doing the IWF event, not unless they need me. But the next week.
When you said that, I was like, did you just reveal that you're on the Rumble?
No, I didn't. I'm not actually. I don't think I'll be there unless they need me. Genuinely, I don't know. Like, I've been told, no, we don't need you. But
I would love to see you in the next in line Rumble at IWF. That would be awesome.
You know what? If they give me a call or they message me or whatever, then I should come. Yeah, you know what? I could, Ethan, but then I've got to go to Dropkick the next day, and I have to pick people up. I have to go and get like various roster members and take them down, and then I've got to take.
Are you the person that drives everybody?
Not everybody, but I do the driving. So I like to be helpful that way, and sometimes for Fair City Wrestling, I drive the ring van as well, because it's still grafting, still working hard. I've driven ring vans for years. I've put rings up for years. So, yeah, and you will be at IWF and Dropkick. Well, I hope you have a good time, Ethan. If things change, I will try and work out how many different I'm assuming you mean wrestlers, Charlie? What's happening? This is how the next week looks for me, as I have Dropkick. Then the next week, the 26th, Fair City Wrestling, myself and Kevin Williams will be taking on the team of Luke Matthews and Sean Fagan. And this is a match that's been long building, but I've been back and forth with Luke Matthews for ages. And the last time we were in the Queen's Hotel, people cried because they thought I was leaving FCW. But then Kev, because it was a loser leaves FCW match, Kev came out and changed his mind about things because of the way things went down. You should get to FCW. That's where Charlie has watched me wrestle. But because of Fagan and Luke's constant bullying, Williams, who's not been wrestling for the last 4 years, at least since 2021 or 2022, he's stepping back in the ring, and he's my tag team partner for the 25th. And that, again, also that weekend, the Scotland's only deathmatch show, deathmatch promotion, Bleeding Gums Wrestling, they'll be in Perth at the Ice Factory. Is Ice Factory, not Ice House, I was about to say. Ice Factory, where I'm in a 6-man tag team match. So I'm busy this weekend. I'm going to be busy the next weekend. How many different... I'm assuming you mean companies, Charlie. I think I've got 6 or 7. I'd always love to add more. Unfortunately, some dates clash with places I used to be, and I've just not looked into going back, because it's kind of hard to fit everything in, because, as I say, some promotions run on the same day, so you can't, I find it maybe not difficult if I could, but it requires me being in 2 different places at the one time. I have managed that. I'm going to have to do it, at some point this month, but I'll be able to hopefully be in the right place at the right time.
Well, we can't wait to see it, and your match against Alan Shaw is going to be a banger. IWF is going to be a banger. All these shows coming up are just going to be absolute chaos and awesomeness. I love it.
I certainly hope so. Which one's my favourite? Oh, I don't know if I could say that, Charlie. I do like. I like these places for different reasons, and Wrestling with Pride, Bleeding Gums Wrestling, FCW, DCW, Alba, Vala, probably missing some. Let's see. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Could add IWF into that, although I've not wrestled for them, so we don't not yet anyway. But yeah, we're pretty much there. You could put DAP Dub in as well. That's the sister promotion to FCW. That's DAPW, Dundee Academy of Pro Wrestling. Yeah, the Dundee Academy of Pro Wrestling. You could put that one in because they run alongside FCW. But so those companies there that Ethan's mentioned are pretty much the ones that I will pinball back and forward to, and I enjoy it. You know, I'm usually kept busy. Wrestle at least once a week, and sometimes it's 2 or 3 times, and very rarely, sometimes it's none. Well, I've heard of Dap Dub was at Rainton with some of the guys. You know Dap Dub as well, Charlie. Yep, Dap Dub was some of the roster members who were at the Rainton Arena, and also for anyone who's interested, Butch Bronson's just joined the chat. So
welcome.
He's here. He's ready for anything, perhaps. Who knows? But yeah, so you know Dap Dub as well. So yeah, if I'm trying to think of all the places and things that I'm doing right now, there's not thousands and thousands, but I'm happy that we've got 6 or 7 places that as if I'm multiple people, that I've got several places I can go back and forward to. But honestly, like, I'm really grateful. I'm really glad. And everywhere I go and try and fly my trade as best I can and do what I can. And I think that that's all that, you really expect a professional wrestler to do. But at the same time, favourite is at Dap Dub. Out of the private show in Billingham, wow, Ethan, you know a lot. I wonder if you might actually be staring through my window right now. You know a lot. That little show there, that was actually quite good. Just for anyone who doesn't know what I'm talking about, I was asked to be part of a birthday party show for now, I think they were using the Maximum Pro Wrestling ring. I used to work for them.
Oh, wow.
The woman that put it together, she has known me for years, and her name's Jane. She's not watching. But if you were to watch at some point, Jane, here's your mention. It was her birthday. Liam, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. Kendall, he was there. The Reform Wrestling were there. Yeah. It was Jane, and she asked me if I could be a part of her birthday, and I thought certainly, because the next day Dropkick it was a weird day. That morning was an outside show for FCW, but unfortunately it was cancelled because of the rain. The wrestlers still did the tug of war, but because of the festival thing that was going on, the rain was so bad, the ring was damaged. My favourite is that. We'll just say it's that. But so there was that event to start Saturday. As soon as I realised the show couldn't go ahead, I got in the car and went all the way down to what I was to do that night, which was wrestling Billingham, right? And it was for Jane's birthday. But I'd already known that Dropkick were about 3 minutes away from my hotel in Berkeley. So I knew I could go and do the Dropkick event if they wanted the champion on the show, which they did, which was fantastic. But that event in Billingham was in front of a crowd that were not wrestling fans. This is why I like the DCW galas. We're really out there other than Sutherland Armed Forces. But I tell you what, we've had a good summer and some good weather, so that's great. Although when my head tans, it starts to peel. For anyone who maybe didn't want to know that, you know that now. So the worst thing is normally I would wear my hat outside so I don't cook. But then when the sun gets on my face, that's oh yeah, you did ref that match. Yeah, when the sun gets on my face, I just cook. But I used to tan really well when I was younger, and I still do, but not without the redness and the pain and the flaking. Now, Ethan, you did actually in the DCW event, the second event in Berkeley. It was actually on my birthday as well, on the 8th of June. Yes, Charlie, we'll just go with that. We'll go with that.
He really likes the fact that DAPW.
He's just going to keep saying Dap Dub, and I'm just going to go with it. But yeah, going to do that event after the Billingham show, I quite liked it. The downside was not being able to do that outside event for FCW, but the Billingham show actually went quite good. And what I was meaning to say there is the Billingham show was in front of a crowd that some of them liked wrestling, but some of them didn't really know much about wrestling, because there were people that knew Jane and knew her from wrestling, but a lot of them were her friends from life. So it's very difficult to kind of tell an audience that doesn't know much about wrestling to enjoy wrestling when you're there. But if you understand what I mean, like there's people who just don't know what to expect because they've never been to a show before. But they were entertained, and it wasn't until after, and I don't think people were being polite. They weren't saying this to me, but there were people who had a great night. And I think that wrestling being that part of the entertainment and that part of the theme of the party, they'd never been to a wrestling event before, and here they were at a birthday party and wrestling show with a huge ring. And there's Charlie mentioning Ardlamania. That's going to be coming up in August. But so that's what made the Billingham show. Like, sometimes I've done this, I quite like this. In the past, I remember doing an event for, it was SSW, Scottish School of Wrestling. We're doing a show in Forfar. Now, I've worked the big venue in Forfar for Wild. That's a company that doesn't run anymore, but they were Wrestling International Living Dangerously. That's Wild. And I loved working in the Forfar Town Hall. But much like this Billingham show, this was in a kind of a function suite in a pub. And I used to love going into because everybody would be drunk. People are looking for a good time. So when the wrestling comes on, everybody's a bit rowdy, and I don't mean that everybody's crazy. They've got like lowered inhibitions, so they're ready to shout. They'll make as much noise as they can. If they want to party and they want to hate a villain, exactly, Charlie, Sweet Dreams is the entrance theme that I use, but it's a different version of it. So this idea of being in Billingham was great because these people were having a party, people were eating, people were having fun. They were there to support some wrestlers they knew, they were there to support Jane. So it was a lovely atmosphere. It felt like a slightly more adult, violent pantomime to be part of. That's no discredit to wrestling. But Ethan, it was so nice to be there for Jane as well, and to get the reaction. Where I hadn't seen her in years, and she said, "Oh, it would be good to see the Goblin again." And I thought, no, you want who Euan G. Mackie is now, himself, because I was myself when I was Goblin of the Skies years ago. So here I will be Euan as you in a raw, unfiltered form, and that's why the Billingham thing was fantastic. Hopefully, guys who run MPW will go, "Oh, wouldn't it be brilliant to have Euan back again?" But who knows? But I had a lot of fun working with a guy called Fahrenheit, who was a great guy to work with. Lots of fun, and I'm hoping that I'll see him again. And he could do really well. I'm hoping that he gets an opportunity at some point to show even the world what he can do. Even the Northeast, it would be good. But he deserves a lot, so I enjoyed kicking the ever-loving hell out of him. That was great.
Wonderful. And as we were talking about DCW, you've had an impressive reign you faced Spawn, you faced Satchel Jones, you faced Satlas Everett.
Mm-hmm.
Even before you were champion, you were still making your name there. What are some of your favorite matchups? Maybe like top 5, would you say?
Well, Ethan, I think they do still run. I'm sure they do. I know that I've defended the Dropkick Championship outside of Dropkick as well. In Alba, I defended it against Jamie Feerick.
Mm-hmm.
And at Wrestling the Pride, I defended it against Strange, Dagon, and Jam. I put all 3 of those belts on the line. So I think, in no particular order, I liked wrestling Alan Shaw. There's one. That's not actually one. I'm not putting them in an order of how good they were or how much I enjoyed them. But Alan Shaw, because it allowed me to, I'd already been using the Lament configuration, but for years of my time in wrestling, for wherever I would be positioned, I never got a chance to actually wrestle, right? People either expected frivolous nonsense, a bit of leaping about, or silliness. And sometimes I was booked in positions to do that, but with Alan in Dropkick, I got a perfect opportunity to wrestle, exchange hold, tell a story with wrestling maneuvers. And I was glad to do it, and I think we both enjoyed actually just getting to wrestle. no restrictions on it, and it's not got to be silly or creepy or be overbooked. It's just wrestle, and it allowed me to show off stuff I've not been able to do in years, and I was glad of that. With Silas, that'll be number two. With Silas, I loved the opportunity to go into the audience for a bit and fight. I think I spent most of my time on my back in that match, but that was to almost show them to show them another side of how does Ethan know so much. You're asking the wrong person. I don't know how he knows so much. But
he's a wrestler himself that has also been in places with Euan.
That's true. That's one of the reasons he knows so much. But the match with Silas, I liked going outside of the ring. I liked the audience almost. I think they wanted to like me, but found themselves hating me. And no, don't be sorry about it, Charlie. It's okay. But and he's also a mark. But the feeling of the stakes being raised and almost like Silas being pushed, but almost not reaching his full potential was good because it led into more things that we're doing in Dropkick. So it was a good story to tell, but it also showed that we could be brutal and unforgiving to each other because there was a lot of fighting on the outside. A lot of I busted my head open and everything like that when I got thrown outside the ring. And he slammed me on the outside, like we brawled through the crowd. And I did that with Satchel, but not as much. But then Satchel was going to be my number three because Satchel, I think a lot of the time, is quite undervalued for what he does. But at the same time, he was going to be a challenger that was that little bit, I guess, a little bit bigger than Silas and Alan, and he's got a bit more experience than them. So, oh yeah, that was your first ECW show. I was fine, don't worry about that. But that's where I think Satchel was somebody that could have stopped me because he was already a champion, and I had 3 belts, he could have taken 1, and then we'd have 2 belts, and it would have been fair, right? But unfortunately, it was not to be. But I enjoyed that match because we were able to get quite creative with it. And unfortunately, I think we maybe did too much, but it was fun to wrestle him. And again, it was more of a chance where I didn't manage to get. Well, I did my sleeper, the struggle cuddle, but I didn't get an opportunity to manhandle him, and that's not what I was going to be doing anyway. But it was great to see he would be somebody that would definitely be a challenge later down the line as well. Somebody I think I could work really well with, but we needed an introduction where not so much our styles clashing, but more our styles feeding off of each other. That's what I mean. So, Alan, Silas, Satchel, which is the bag, right? And I think I would put Spawn there as my next one because Spawn was great to work with in the Synthonia Suites. And I was able to, can we see your belts? My belts are packed away. I have them put to the side. But I tell you what, when I add you, you'll see my belts. Yes, so Spawn, I got an opportunity to tell a story in that with his stupid little sister. But I did I've wrestled Spawn before, but this was the first time we got to actually have a match with some stakes in it, and he got to show what he can do. He got to get more of his wrestling in, get more of his what he's learned. I will do, Charlie, but you've got to wait till I've finished doing this live, and then I'll add you. Be patient. Don't worry, I'll do it. But so yeah, Spawn got a chance to wrestle, and I got a chance to show even more of my tricks and more ideas that I had. And I think we worked quite well. The crowd were quite. Don't apologise, Charlie. It's okay. The crowd they seemed to be quite sympathetic towards him, and I liked that because obviously it makes my job easier, but at the same time, it's a really good indicator of how he's building and how he's learning as a wrestler. If he can be put in a position like that and hold his own, so that's something to be proud of. And the last one I'm going to throw in there is, with no offence to Stranger Jam or to Jamie Feerick, who I enjoyed wrestling with them, Asylum at the weekend there, defending my championship in the Rainton Arena, I really liked because it was to show everybody that all my competition so far, with the exception of Jam, have all been smaller guys or guys similar to my height. Now this time I'm taking on a guy much bigger than me and still managed to walk away with the gold, but I still got to tell a story, wrestling slightly differently than I did with every other guy, because I was able to either out-wrestle or challenge their wrestling. What's that? Oh, that match was incredible. You nearly knocked me out of the ring when you got flung. Do you mean when Asylum knocked me off the apron? Or he threw me in the snake eyes and I hit the top rope and I disappeared over the top. I had to stop myself going flying in the audience. But I enjoyed it. It looked quite cool. Like he threw me for the snake eyes and I hit the buckle and just went off like I bounced off of it. But that's why I enjoyed my match with Asylum. I got to tell a different story. So I'm glad that I did as well. I'm really glad that I was able to work with so many different people. So out of the 9 title defences I've had, those 5 are the ones I've really enjoyed. Oh yeah, I did get thrown from the other side as well. So yeah, and I think with all the championships, I've tried to at least make them slightly relevant, add a little to the legacy, at least give something back than to take away. You know what I mean? I'm not going to be a person that tries to take from wrestling now. I know that it's a weird thing to say, but when you're younger, or some people go, I want this, I want that, and they never really ask themselves why they're not getting it. It's a case of I deserve more, and I think, what have you done? And that was a mistake I made years ago. A lot of the time I would think, well, I'm working really hard at training, why are other people getting booked ahead of me? And I thought, what do they have to offer? They might suck, but some of them are big, some of them show up to training. I mean, I did that as well, but some of them just gave more of a wrestler aesthetic back in like 2008. And sometimes I'd think, what am I doing wrong? When I thought, if you want to get noticed doing, it's not so much your wrestling, it's not even your height, not even your size. It's more down to how you create, how useful you are to the environment. And I thought, right, okay, well, I need to look at that side of things. And I've probably bored enough people so that they've left this live. There's probably only like 3 people watching. But when you all watch it on YouTube, which you should, you'll come to appreciate what I'm telling you, that sometimes wrestling, you could do everything right and you've nothing, that it still has nothing for you, okay? However, for me, I discovered that if I'm giving back to it, it can't take from me anymore. Wrestling did take, it took my time, it took money, it took passion, it took points in my life that I could have, I could have done so much, and it took my spirit at times as well. I never gave up, but there were times where I could have gone to tryouts, I could have gone to seminars, I could have gone to promotions, and I just didn't do it. But now I want to give back, because I'm aware if I give back, I can still have a positive effect on myself and for others, right? So every championship I want to defend, I want it to be seen, I want the photo opportunities to be there so people can go, that's a lovely belt. I want people who haven't had championship matches to get them from me. I want people who could be built up to win these belts, look good, and if they go off to do something when they've reached another pinnacle of their career, good. I'd like to say, if I see them in 10 years' time and go, wrestled them at Dropkick or wrestled them at Alba, was able to give something back, because I don't have to be a world famous superstar or anything like that, but I'd like to help out people go up that ladder, because the help wasn't always available when I started at all. People would rather grind you down and get rid of you and take your spot than they would want to help you. I realise if I'm helping people, I'm doing something right, doing something better. So that's why with everything that's happened in Dropkick, I'm incredibly thankful for that. But I'm also thinking with every single match, I hope I've added. Doesn't make me a star. I mean, like for those other guys, they've got that little bit to know that they can belong in a championship match. They're able to wrestle. If they're able to wrestle me, they should be able to wrestle anybody. Some people have said it's like a night off. I don't know what they mean by that when they wrestle me, but I think it's because I'm not particularly difficult to wrestle. Especially, I'm definitely not difficult to throw around. I know that. People seem to find that very easy, throwing me about. So yeah, the giving back has been great to do that with the title reigns that I've got. And the time will come for them all to, for me to not have any belts. But when that does come, I hopefully have done my best to make those championships look, good and worth winning. than just I've been given belts because the promoters have thought I would make it look good. If they've put me in that position, then as much as the belt is a prop, still take opportunities to make it look good, because when people think about wrestling, even if they don't know much about it, they think championships, belts. If you've got 3, you must be good. What people are like, when I tell people that I do pole with, or I tell people that that I meet that I haven't seen in years, and show them, not just now obviously, Charlie, but I had a friend that I went to primary school, that's like grade school, and then you've got high school, but like primary school and then high school with. I met him at a petrol station after I'd wrestled a couple of Tuesdays ago for the FCW summer holiday event, and he was talking about the wrestling in Unfest, which was the PBW school had gone up to do an event. Now they were about to go up and do that, and he asked if I knew them, and I thought, yeah, that's PBW, that's the way up to do that event. But I had to show him the belts because they were in my car, and he was a big fan of wrestling when he was younger, this friend from primary school, and he saw the belts and he's like, very good, man. He's like, I would never have thought that you would be a wrestler after us being wrestling fans, but he thought, that's so good. And I told him what my schedule looked like, and that it's not, I'm not like wrestling 8 times a week or something, but I'm certainly wrestling enough times and enjoying it, happy to be doing it, happy to be giving back. I could still get angry, I could still get annoyed, I could still decide I'm done. But as things are just now, I'm happy to be involved and happy to be there. And I just want to give back. I feel like if I'm humble enough about it now, people can think, right, okay, if I have to leave a good message for anybody coming up, there'll be people that start wrestling when I'm gone. I'd like them to say, he stopped being bitter about things and gave back. Because then wrestling it kind of holds nothing over me. If I'm just happy to be there and I give back, I can't regret anymore. I hate regret. I look back, I still regret things, I still regret stuff, but when people make fun of you, it's because they love you. Well, they better love me. But that's why I look back now and I think there was times I could have done a bit more, places I could have gone to. I'm still, like, if I was to wrestle abroad again, I'd have to get my passport sorted, so that's an example of me thinking, oh, if it happens, I'll renew my passport. But I really should do that because there might be an opportunity again. I might be able to go off and wrestle out of this country again. So, well, I say out of this country, but it's just been a while since I've done it, and it'd be good to do that one last time. Do a couple of new countries before I stop for good. So we'll see how that goes.
Well, I guarantee you have a bright, bright future ahead. You're still going. You're making waves. And like I said, this is an honor to have you on here. And what you're going to do, you're going to continue to thrive, sir.
I hope so, man. I really do. I think the attitude has helped it myself. I think my attitude has made things a lot better. I think like little parts of I should join WWE. I think I might be too old for that now, but the tryouts and opportunities were about a decade ago when everybody was going to them. And I got told that, like, we were going to a seminar, and I was told, you know what, Brookside Senior, these people that are around it, like, there's loads of people going. You should go, even if you were a manager on TV, even if you were picked up just to be jobbed on television. There's something that you have that makes you different, and that might be what sells you. And I thought at the time, look, because I wasn't in great shape or anything, and I thought, I look like I've been hiding underneath somebody's sofa. Honestly, they're not going to want me. And if they do want me, I'll end up being changed to being like, my name would be Ivan H. McGregor or something. And I thought, I wouldn't have, I thought, right now, I don't think I can handle the pace. And I regret that, because that was when all the Scottish guys were about they didn't get it right away, but they were going to tryouts, they were getting opportunities, they were meeting the right people, and I just threw it away by going, no, they won't want me, and just turned my back. I still wrestled, but I was not interested in any of the seminars. I thought, nah, I don't care. And I should have gone, even if I'd failed, even if I'd been told, no, we're not interested, even if I'd not been taken, further tryouts, I might have got something. And if I'd failed, at least I could have said I'd done it. But what I did, and I damaged myself by doing it, was to say no to start with. And sometimes no's a good answer. Sometimes no is what some people want to hear. You know, they want to hear because no means nothing. No means that's it. There are no other alternatives. No is the end. So you don't have to worry about something branching off to 3 or 4 different possibilities. But saying no is sometimes necessary. But saying no when there's something you really, really want to do, you just overthink it. I would rather have tried and failed than not tried at all. But unfortunately, I didn't try. And now I regret that. And it's not the first time I did it. I did it several times because I had it in my head I wouldn't be good enough or I didn't deserve it. And I let other people's opinions of me or what things people might have said about me, I let that affect me. And I regret it. I totally regret it because now I would be like, I'll do whatever I want. But at the time, for how crazy and odd I was supposed to be, how intelligent I was supposed to be, it was a stupid thing to do. But I regret that now, and that is what I would say to anybody. Well, I don't listen to them now, Charlie, but at the time I did. And I shouldn't have. But
You were letting other people's opinions cloud your judgment, and you thought that this was the way you should go.
Yeah. I thought, you know what, they're right. And I did say this when I was offered one of the seminars that would eventually lead to guys from that seminar would end up getting invited down to tryouts. I said, why would they want me? I'm just under 10 stone, like 140 pounds or whatever, 5'2", and look like I've been living in a shoe for my life, my whole life. And that's when I was told, but you have something that makes you stick out, and that could be on TV. Whatever it is, whatever ideas you have, whatever ideas people have for you, you're not conventional, and that could work. But I read that as, you're a freak, you're stupid, you're not really a wrestler. And I was that proud of my artistic direction at the time that I thought, no, I'm not going to do it. I won't get anywhere, and I regret it. But at the same time, it's probably better for me because it let me learn my lesson. Now, when any opportunities come up with anything, I consider it, I think about it, I weigh up the pros and cons. I am a little bit older than I was, about 10 years ago. I was in my 30s then, obviously. Now, though, there are still wrestlers wrestling into their 50s and 60s, and I don't know how far I'll go, but I think, you know what? Give it everything you have now, Euan. Because if you don't, you'll never get this opportunity again. You threw away opportunities in your 20s, you threw away opportunities in your 30s. Don't throw them away in your 40s. And love every minute of it. Euan G. Mackie is the best. He certainly is. And if only he was here, I'd be able to tell him. But so that's Brandon, that's my mindset now, and I'm happy to do. I'm not the only one watching, good, because I feel like I might be boring people away. But that's the best thing to look at, Brandon, from my mindset anyway, is whatever opportunities appear, at least dip my hand in some way and think, right, how can I be a part of the offer that I've got? How can I make things work? How can I push things and make things matter? And like I've said, I would like to do good things within wrestling, so I'm ready to help in a business sense as well. So maybe in a couple of years, I could help train, I could help promote, something like that. You are Mackie, I know I am. I was kidding, Charlie. So these are all potential ideas, and in the future, I could help, promote with various promotions. I could help train, do something, become useful in another way, something like that.
Well, that is a good aspirations to have, and I can guarantee, I think people would love to have you on there in any capacity, and it would be an honor to have you on any capacity of any show, no matter if you're wrestling or not. It is good to have Euan G. Mackie.
I appreciate that. Like, I think I'd love to do like commentary, announcing. I could still do that, and I wouldn't want to take away from anybody's ring announcer that they might already have, but I could do that. And
you did some wrestling as well.
Yeah, I did. I mean, it was a long time ago, but one of my first gigs was to be a ring announcer for Wild Wrestling, and I've also refed for Wild. I refed for W3L. I did have a tendency to show off as a referee, like I'd do like the flip over the top rope to get in the ring, but that was me in my 20s. Springboarding in unnecessarily, doing like the handspring just into the ring. But that was partly me being a bit of a show off at the time, even though I was meant to be being a referee. I didn't do it during the matches. I did it every time I
Yeah,
was
for the
being brought
entrance
to the
to
ring.
give yourself something
The
different.
entrance, I would just one entrance I did. I went in and just did a springboard and landed on my feet. People were like, "Oh!" And I thought, "Yeah, if that's the referee, how good's the show going to be? Not as good as the referee, but still, you know." If you thought the referee was good, you're right, because no one else is as good as him. But that was me being a little bit arrogant. But I did do refereeing, and I was kind of flip, yes. Although I own old bones now, Charlie. They're both like 2 bags of Monster Munch. My hips, my knees, or potato chip. That's what my bones are like now. So I'm very careful when I'm landing on stuff, and I still dance, like I do a lot of the pole dancing, and I'm aware that I still try and value my knees there as well as my spine, my shoulders, everything up, So I have to be careful with a lot of stuff. But I think, especially if I look back, the things that I've done in wrestling, I could referee, I could do commentary, I could help in other ways that aren't wrestling, but I'd always want people to respect that your body has a time limit. It has a shelf life for wrestling. Some people can wrestle into their 60s, and fair play to them. Some people don't know when to quit, but wrestling asks a lot of your body, and that's why you've got to be prepared. You've got to look after yourself as well, and I think some people can be very self-destructive in wrestling too. Well, you're not old because you're good at wrestling and you batter everybody. I'll certainly try. At the time, I may be capable, but it's when I go home and my body kind of contorts and snaps. I don't know if you can hear that over there, but thinking about hurting made me hurt. That's the stage I'm at. So, cracked my back and everything there.
Oh, damn.
Oh, yeah.
That's intense, man. Like, Regan, you must have had your fair share of injuries throughout this wonderful sport.
Yeah, I've had, let's see, well, I've got fingers bent out of shape from diving out the ring, and also taken down, he's now known as Calder McCall, but I took him down, and he was legitimate. I mean, he's a wrestler now, but he's also like legitimate fighter with Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and he was teaching me takedowns. Now that is my alarm, I think, make the noise. Yes, it is. I'll just dismiss that. He was showing me how to, put on the show. I do try, Charlie, but Calder, and I don't know if other people are commenting, by the way, because all I can see is what Charlie's saying, but I'm assuming he's the one.
I have not seen anybody else comment, but when I do, I will say something. And sometimes my live will show me messages that I did not see until after some of them were just depending.
But anyway, I took Calder down after he'd showed me some takedowns and stuff like that, and I realised that the finger I'd hurt doing a dive was the one thing that was underneath him, and it snapped. So I'd already hurt it by doing a dive, and then took down the guy later on in training, and it bruised, and I didn't go to the doctors about it. And then when I did, they were like, "Oh, it's formed. The bone broke and formed after about 2 weeks." And I thought, see if I'd got this checked, it might not be broken. It works now, but I have also managed to tear both my rotator cuffs in my shoulders. I've managed to sprain both of my knees. I've not really, apart from breaking like the tiny pinky bone here, you can't see them, but I have scars on the top of my head from jumping into the roof by accident at an SWA training session. But then from that, I've also been driven onto the canvas when there's been glass there. I've got a scar on my back. It's not a big scar by any means. It's laughable in comparison to some deathmatch wrestlers. But there's a kind of curved scar on my back from being slammed outside of the ring on glass that was meant to be swept away after a hardcore match. I didn't realise I'd landed on it.
But you've had your fair share of hardcore matches and such.
Yeah, but they've all been reasonably safe. Oh, Damien Stone's watching now. Fantastic.
Well, welcome,
Yeah,
welcome.
but the hardcore matches were relatively, they were not deathmatch level, so they didn't get, they have been slightly bloody. Like I've had a match in Resolution, I can't remember what it was, Resolution 2017, I think. Mike Musso hit me with his finish and move on to a chair, and I landed on the chair, but the chair had already broken, so it kind of closed in on my head and cut me right in here, and that's a scar. But there's one along here that I've had since there. There's another one at the back. There's another one here. They've come from either, as if I can remember them, chair shots or going down into, and weirdly not actually head first, but being thrown into like paraphernalia in a hardcore match, like chairs and stuff in my head. Not I've tucked my chin, but it's almost been the rebound has brought the items up into the back of my head, and that's where they've done damage. So it's not like the kind of scars you go brandishing around if you're a deathmatch wrestler or you've had some crazy wild injury, but you collect them after a while, and that one thing. Like I also was concussed one time. I jumped outside the ring, missed the guys I was aiming to hit, landed on my head, and there's a, I don't know if it's here. Me and Aiden should team up, or Ethan. Yeah, there's a little bit. I don't know. I think it was at the back of my head. It's not like a bump or anything that showed up, but there's a section that has a mark on it as well. I'll have to locate it next time I'm in the mirror. But I think that's from diving outside the ring and then being completely knocked out. And it was just like a springboard tope atomical, and I did the dive. No one was there, or I missed them, but I do know that I don't think I got the distance, or I got too much distance. But whatever happened, it was Euan versus the floor, and the floor won. I'm okay, Charlie. That was in 2011, and that was a long time ago now. But yeah, and then I was concussed. Fortunate though, when I found out about it, the guy that was he's like a kind of what are these people called? I can't remember now. You go to them when the workplace is wanting to make sure you're okay. Occupational health, that was it. So I went to this guy and he said, "Do you know what? You're lucky because you've had a bad knock, but you're showing progress already." Like there's some people that have had. So you will feel over emotional, you will feel a bit fragile and dizzy at times, but it was like, to be honest, you're progressing really well for somebody who's had a concussion. And he said, within 6 months, you might not feel any of the fatigue or the emotional, the heightened emotional things like the intense happiness, intense anger, intense sadness. All these things can happen with post-concussion syndrome. And at that time, I didn't like. I thought this was quite bad, but weirdly, after 2 weeks, returned to wrestle and didn't think much of it. And I think I began to. It definitely changed my style. I was more aware of how fragile I was. So I think I learned to be less reckless, less of a show-off, and more focused on, right, if I'm diving outside the ring, I am hitting this dive and it's going to look as good as I can make it, rather than just throwing caution to the wind. So it was a learning experience, but the concussion has probably been the most important one out of all of the injuries, because I've managed to finish the matches. Like when I hurt my finger, when I sprained both my shoulders and my knees, I was able to like finish the match. With the concussion, I was out cold. So, and I'll never know really what happened between me doing the dive and me waking up backstage thinking I was in a match, you know. So you can never.
Both do happen in the ring, and they're deadly risks sometimes. Like a lot of the times, actually, I would say that you guys take.
That's why it's high risk, Brandon. That's why it's high risk. So it's
high risk, high reward.
Yeah, exactly. High risk, high reward, and in that particular instance, that was not a high reward. But weirdly, it was a thing that pushed me to become the Goblin of the Skies eventually. It let me embrace that. That was the window I needed to suddenly embrace just the odd parts of me, but not just the odd parts. It was almost like it gave me clearance, because people almost thought, is he okay? can he come back to wrestle? And that meant that nobody was kicking me out, but nobody had any plans, or because they knew I was hurt, things were not arranged in a way where I was thought about or booked. I was still there. If I'm okay, you can come along. But so that I realised, oh, there's this perfect window for me to change and let everyone know I'm okay, but gradually evolve. And then I took it. I thought, yep, I'm going to become the Goblin of the Skies. And so I did, eventually.
And like we talked about your time in W3L. I know
Yeah.
you know that. Now you've been there. What I gathered and calculated, because I'm gonna say this right now. I have at least 5 pages on you alone doing my research,
Oh, wow.
and 3 of them are at least about W3L.
Mm-hmm. That was where I started. Well, I first, like the first ever event that I did when I started wrestling was in Newcastle for a kind of holiday camp, and that was a W3L show. That was the first time, the first match I ever had, the first event that I ever had. Now I'd worked the camera at W3L before when I was training, so I'd filmed matches and such for W3L, but I think I did that maybe twice, and then so the match that I first had in April of 2007 was for W3L, and from then on up until I left in about 2012, came back about 2013, and then I've kind of pinballed back and forward ever since. The last time I worked for W3L was actually with the Backlash event that Bleeding Gums, Valor, and W3L did together. I was represented in the pre-show, like the VIP match. I represented Bleeding Gums, and the other guys in it represented Valor and W3L respectively. So that. It's only been recently that we've come to work together since I left in 2022. But I'm not surprised you've got loads of stuff from W3L, because that's one of the main places I worked for years, and I wouldn't be able to work places now if I didn't have that back catalogue or have the connections I do now. So I'm glad of it.
You were also the leader of the Sanctuary.
Yes, Sanctuary was it was an idea. Mike had always wanted it to be some kind of a cult group or faction. It's something he still does now. But without discrediting Mike, I think he has the idea and then kind of leaves it half-baked. And I know that he will let people have a bit of creative control. But the only way to take something from being cheesy and corny, like it's a horror film, to making it genuinely unsettling is to slightly push the barriers, you know? And that's what I decided to do with Sanctuary. And it was meant to be a haven for outcasts, which seems like, a real cliched trope for a wrestling faction in a horror film, which is what people they'll always try and put the oddballs together in a faction, and there you go, there's your freaks. But Sanctuary was more like an idea that we'd be saved eventually, like that we'd gather up these wrestlers who were misunderstood and underappreciated and seen as outcasts, and one, like almost like not a chosen one, but like a worshipped priest or a king of sorts would come along and save us or lead us to some sort of redemption. And what initially I wanted to do was and that's where the scapegoat came from, and various other characters that I referred to different people almost like they were all tarot cards, but my own version of tarot cards. So Whiplash was the leader, he was the king, whereas I was the Hierophant, the priest. Nathan Black was the pillar. There was also the Redeemer and the Scapegoat, and a young guy, Brandon, who would eventually go off to be Alistair Caron. He made a couple of appearances as the Lost Boy, and he was a henchman. He didn't really have a match, but he was with us coming down to the ring. We called him the Lost Boy, almost like he would be an initiate at some point, like he would be initiated he'd gain a mask, so to speak, like the Redeemer and the Scapegoat had. He'd find a name. So it was played out like they were all it was like they were tarot cards or chess pieces, like, but they were named. I didn't want to copy that so much. The only thing that was really copied was the idea of the bishop or the hierophant, the priest, and that was me. And that's why, like, we had the king, the hierophant, the pillar, the scapegoat, the redeemer, and the lost boy, and that's how we were named. And at times we had Viper with us as well, or Piper Niven, as she's known these days. But we had her to kind of come in and be our evil girl for a wee bit. But the whole point of Sanctuary was really a place of like, almost like, if you think about the Hunchback of Notre Dame, and he in the Disney film anyway, he goes and kind of claims Sanctuary, a safe haven, a place to be. I often said in promotional videos that I had banged my hands until they were bloody and red on doors that wouldn't let me in, and that was my way of saying I had tried so much in wrestling to try and be part of things and hadn't been welcomed in, I hadn't been allowed it because I just didn't fit in. So that's why Sanctuary was built, to save these wayward, lost and freakish wrestlers. And somebody who had real power or real sway would come in as our king, and that would be Mikey Whiplash, to come in and be this character. But the thing is, though, it started with Mike almost offering me Halloween decorations, and something that very much looked like it was a Halloween decoration, which was the head of, well, it was a head, and Mike said to me, couldn't you take this and say it's someone's head you've cut off in Scottish wrestling? And I thought, yeah, okay, wrestling, where you can get away with murder, especially decapitation, people are going to believe that. So instead of it being somebody's head I'd cut off after a match, I was coming out to an entrance theme by a group called The 10th Stage. It was called Francois Martin, and it was about a guy who'd been decapitated, but just as he died and his head was cut off, he recounted how he killed all of his wives and why he did it. Brilliant song. It was my entrance theme for ages, especially in SWE. So what I did was I took that prop, that Halloween head, wrapped it in bandages so that it looked still like a head but was mummified, and I put it in a cage. And the cage was painted and then chipped a little to make it look weathered. And that's how I got the head of Francois Martin. And he was like an artifact. I still talked to it. It wasn't just like Al Snow and head. I still considered him to be alive, like in a venerable form. He was almost like an artifact that gave Sanctuary its power, gave it its evil intent. And that's the one thing where people want crazy gimmicks. They want to be like, they're part Freddy Krueger or something, or they want to be crazy. They've got a crab claw and a hunchback, or they can grow a tree out their back, or whatever it is their crazy gimmick is. The only way to have a real crazy gimmick and make people react to you is with intent. If people think you're going out there with the intention to do something that might be controversial, might be a straight-on, full-on fight, if people believe you, then they'll watch. They'll be interested. Like the intent is the most important thing. People try to do creepy gimmicks. People try to be cultists. People try and make you think they're murderers. They try and be as creepy as possible. You could go to the ring in a pair of black trunks. So long as you look intense and that you've shown intent that you're going in that ring to do something to shock or to provoke, people will pay attention. You know? That's often forgotten, and that's why when wrestling's put on telly and the guys are all weird and crazy, and I think, see if you just got a couple of guys that look like they were going in there to ruin everything or to be incredibly violent, people will watch. People will be interested. You don't need to make them be like part crocodile or whatever silly gimmick you want to give somebody. They don't need to blur the lines of reality that much. All they need to do is show you the intent. And that was kind of what I thought, okay, we are doing a creepy gimmick, but I want to show everybody that the intent is not just to be accepted by W3L. The intent is to take it over, to make examples of the wrestlers, to essentially kill the promotion, but not in a business sense. It was almost in a revenge mindset, to destroy it, and so that people could think, actually, maybe these guys are a bit demented because they seem to be so hell-bent on crushing this product, crushing this place. And it's almost like if that took wrestling away from them, they don't care. They've got a much bigger idea of what they want to do. So that's the problem, is if you give somebody a Halloween prop, and tell them to do a thing. Now, this is not to discredit Mike. I just thought he said to me, "You will find something to do with it." And I thought, yes, but somebody with a less creative mindset might not. And then what you end up having is something that the crowd can look at and go, "Oh, I'd buy that out the pound store, the dollar store. I'd buy that in Asda," And then you think, then the audience is not drawn into your performance. They're looking at you carrying a Halloween, prop, costume, whatever. And you can't get a reaction doing that. They have to. That's why my bear costume's important. People have said to me, "Oh, I'd love something like that. Where did you order it from?" I didn't. Jem made it. And if there's only one, and that's it. And that's why it's unique. And then that's where the intent comes from. If it is uniquely yours and you can uniquely show the world how to express yourself with it, then people can go, "Oh, that is unique to them." And that's something wrestling needs, is more and more things that you make your own. And that's what makes some wrestlers who maybe don't have their own unique maneuver, but they do stuff that's so unique and different that you want to watch them. You want to be intrigued by what it is they're doing, what they could do, So with NW3L, I always sought to be a different thing on the event. And in fairness, over the years where there's been fans coming up and speaking to me, they liked my segment. And I don't mean my segment like, they liked me being there, because me being there kind of juxtaposed the relatively normal aspect of the wrestling with the stuff that was slightly outlandish and a bit, kind of scary, supernatural. And I think that's what helped. And I think that's what needs to be done, because a lot of people there will be 1,000 people trying to be a wrestler, but there's only one person that's being Euan G. Mackie, and I need to be as unique as possible, because if I'm not being unique, then I'm just going to disappear, if you know what I mean. There'll be thousands and thousands of people who want to be like Hulk Hogan, maybe not like him, but they maybe want his fame, or John Cena, these really famous wrestlers. But there was only one Hulk Hogan, there's only one John Cena. Try and be the only one of you. But so many people try to borrow from other places to become this idea of who they think they should be, instead of just being. And I think it's Alan Watts, who's not a wrestler, it's a philosopher. He'll say that just to be. The sky doesn't hold on to the clouds, Waves don't crash on the beach trying to be the best wave. They just are, right? The trees grow in spite of everything. The trees are not trying to be the tallest tree. A tree is just being. So I am not going out there to say I'm the best wrestler. I'm not going out there to say I'm the best character. I am just being. And that is why I changed. That's why I changed to wear the bear costume, because I could. No one was going to stop me. There wasn't going to be the police. They were going to drag me away. Wrestlers weren't, the world wasn't going to end. I thought, I just can do that. That is something I can do. Other wrestlers can't do it. Wrestlers who think they've got cool superhero names at the end of the week that makes them look tough and hard. It doesn't, right? My name, Euan G. Mackie, Euan Graham Mackie, that's 3 Scottish names. 3 Scottish names. My real name. But I will say that as confident and as happily as somebody might say their name, which might be like Dalton Blade or something. Who names their child that? Mr. and Mrs. Blade. You've had a son. What would you like to call him? Dalton, please. We're going to call him that. Brilliant. It's like when Brock Lesnar was born, his parents must have known he was going to grow into that name. See if he'd become a computing teacher or a mailman called Brock Lesnar. That's a villain's name. If you got a letter or you found out your postman was called Brock Lesnar, you'd think, wow, what a name. It's good that he's a wrestler and he was in the UFC. That's the name you'd expect a wrestler to have. People probably think, no, that can't be his name. That's ridiculous. But it was his name. That's why, a wrestler, there's some wrestlers who need to be called, as I say, John Fire or whatever their name would be, because their real name, Ian Smith, is boring, and they couldn't get Ian Smith over. But I got Euan G. Mackie over. I've made people say it, speak it, my own name. And again, sense of identity. Some wrestlers like to keep their wrestling persona separate from their real persona. I realised that wouldn't be possible. And so I stopped trying. I stopped trying to fit in. I realised it wasn't for me, and I could I say a legacy, it's kind of sad to call it a legacy, but I would push my own legacy, right?
Yeah.
through my own means. And if it got nowhere, fine. If a couple of people knew who I was, great. If I did well, good. But really, it was better for me to focus on providing, like, I guess, like in a wrestling sense, a memorable way of being rather than to try and follow in someone else's footsteps and fail. So some people don't have a choice. Some people have got very famous wrestling parents and they're kind of pressured into doing well. My parents don't watch me wrestle. they couldn't care less, you know. So I've not got that to worry about. I think just go in and do your thing, Euan, and however that turns out, just try and make it work. Try and learn from it, and keep going. Keep going until you can go no more.
Indeed. Indeed. Thank you for that.
And where did during that time at W3L, as you were in the sanctuary, you got suspended? Was that for storyline?
It was a bit of both, really, because
Oh.
I'm not going to give away everything. Keep some of the magic there. But we realised, right, there was an incident where I turned villain, and after the match, I wept, I cried, and that's something people have probably seen me do after matches as well. I'm good at doing that, turning on the waterworks. And as I went from being considered like the audience were behind me to me walking through the crowd, and then eventually sympathy turned into annoyance. The kids no longer thought I was cool because I was crying, because I was sad. So then they started to insult me. Then they started to like throw things at me. And one kid came up and pulled my tutu that I had on, and I turned, lifted him up by the oxters and roared at him, and walked partly up the stairs with him like King Kong. With
Oh boy.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And I thought I wasn't going to hurt the boy at all, and he wasn't in any danger. But I had him. Looked like I was about to do something with him, and I put him in the fire exit. Problem was is that the parents were sad punters trying to get what they were chancers. They were trying to act like their son had been hurt, act like their stuff had happened to him. And I thought, yeah, like I've got all that time to throw him against walls or something like that. Like everybody's seen it. I put him at the fire exit and said, wait here. Then I went away. And I did it for the effect. Now, maybe I shouldn't have done it, but then a week later, Colt Cabana picked up a child, carried him all the way around the crowd, and then put him back. That was hilarious. And I think, you know, if I was a bit more famous and had more famous wrestling friends and asked for a bit more money, maybe what I did would be funny too. But it turned out it wasn't, because I'm expendable and less famous and smaller, and that makes me insignificant. So I have to be the bad one. So what ended up happening is, because the family had complained because their son was having nightmares about the creepy man, and I thought he should, but he should have nightmares about this planet in general, because people are, like, honestly, the human beings are constantly spoon-fed warm diarrhea by absolutely every screen in front of you, and you just listen to it. You have no instinct. You're all doomed. You're all fucked. Anyhow, the point is that the parents wanted to panic about it. So W3L decided it would maybe be a good idea to, you know, to keep things on the DL for a bit. And I understood why they were doing that. I wasn't hated for it by anybody, you know, like any of the people running W3L. But the best thing was to try and not draw attention to it and make them think, like, and if they're watching, it was to make them happy and make them think everything would be okay again. And give them what, like, you know, a little bit of a compensation, which is that they were chancing. And if they're watching now, I know what you were up to, trying to get a lot more out of the situation than they should have. And I can say that now because it's several years on. It's actually about 11 years since that happened. However, we did get an opportunity to go on Judge Rinder, which was a kind of reality, kind of like Judge Judy. We managed to do that in the UK, right? So Mike and I were able to go down and promote. I'm giving away all the secrets here, but it's fine. It's obvious. It's obvious. We were able to promote over all the stuff on social media and the stuff on Judge Rinder, promote the upcoming W3L resolution event to act like I'd been suspended and, you know, shouldn't be back. And we worked that suspension angle to make it seem, I mean, it seemed really legitimate at the time, and people genuinely that I knew living in the town would come up and say, "That's terrible. You were being you. You were doing your thing. How could they suspend you?" And I thought, it's working because people are falling for it. But at the same time, I felt really grateful that lots of people respected what it was I was doing. Didn't hurt the boy at all, but he did grab a hold of me. And I could have walked up the stairs with him attached to my leg, pulling my tutu. All I did was lift him up the stairs and go up the stairs for a bit and put him down. Didn't hurt him, and it was never my intent to. But I terrified him, and it terrified all the kids and some of the adults, which is what I was supposed to do. I maybe went OTT a little bit over the top, but I don't regret it. That's one thing I don't regret, is I think that audience turned against me, and I'm glad. Because if it had been Bruiser Brody, who used to get warnings announced to the crowd when he came out, it'd be a different story. It's okay when they make six figures, you know, and they're really, really famous. You can be, you know, Kamala or whatever, and people will react to it. Say, oh, it was crazy in the crowd. Oh, it's fine. But when I do it, suddenly there's a problem. I think, no, I wasn't going to hurt anybody. And now if I'd gone out to the crowd and started to, you know, attack people, that would have been a different thing. All I did was lift the kid up and scare him. And kids are kind of precious these days. People think that they're, you know, they're made of like snow, I think. You know, you can't hurt them, you can't do anything to them. And it's a bit kind of pathetic in a way, like they're going to a wrestling show, they're watching simulated violence, and you're not expecting, I mean, obviously you don't expect a wrestler to come out of the crowd, but in some cases they were getting very physical with me. I wasn't going to fight him, but I also thought, here's an opportunity though. He's standing right in front of me. I thought, I lift him up, all the kids dispersed, they were scared, and I thought, maybe I went a bit over the top, but it did my job, and it made them hate me, and it made me switch from face to villain. And the best thing was it led to a storyline that, as far as I can tell, gave us more media coverage than we would have got. So that's why we did it. It was all a business move, and it was done in a way that kept the angle going, kept people guessing, but also gave WPL a bit of notice, which is what you want, really, for a bit of publicity. So, yeah.
And then you came back to W3L, and you had your fair share of battles going forward, and then you, I would say, reunited with a former partner in Taylor Braden there, here and there. I noticed you guys were teaming a lot.
Yeah, well, we were when I talked about the disco dancing team, he was Freddie DeFunk at the time. But we reunited, and we realised, just as myself and Jam did, that we were different men. You know, we'd gone on different paths. So when we reunited, we'd called ourselves the Anti-Meta, because Taylor Braden was calling himself Tier Zero at the time. It was more a kind of card game slang, well, not slang, but card game terminology he was using. And I said, well, how about the Anti-Meta? Something, and then people would say meta is almost like a fourth wall breaking thing. But I also thought of meta game, where people play a certain game and they get used to what counters what and what's strong and what's not, be that in computer games or card games. And I thought, let's come back as the anti-meta. We'll call ourselves that. And I liked that name, because when we came back as the anti-meta, it was almost like, well, here's this old tag team that fitted one description years ago. Here they are doing something different, but still the same guys, just a completely updated look for them. So if Tier Zero is, you know, almost like he had the OTK, the one-turn kill, as his finishing move, and I thought, let's call ourselves the anti-meta, because we are almost like the unusual picks for reuniting as a team. We couldn't be any more different at that point, and so us bonding was a good idea, I thought.
Yeah, that's awesome. Like, I love that you guys teamed up, and I heard the commentary on the night that you guys first teamed up in W3L. I hope we get to see them more, and then after that you guys had your battles with TJ Rage and Krieger.
Yeah, which is that was an odd match, because I really think
you had a few of those.
Yeah, I battled them a lot with Tim Wiley, but then when we were both two-face teams, and the downside of that match was that the story that we should have told was really shouldn't have put them in favour of us, I think, because what ended up happening is that the two big guys threw me around for a couple of minutes, couldn't put me away with their big moves, and then suddenly they're hitting the deck to one or two of my moves. It just made them look weak. And I'd said that then. I said, look, if I'm putting you guys away with a cutter after I have been folded inside out and chucked about that ring, it makes you guys look terrible. It makes us look better, and no wonder the crowd were cheering for us, because I think we were the more believable guys to win. And I think that was the downside, is that they weren't telling a regular story where they were villains and we were the faces. You know, it was more face, and one team kind of has to be a bit more heelish, but they became too
Exactly.
heelish and put me in a Superman position, put me in a super wrestler position, and I thought a couple of minutes of heat just to make yourselves look more dominant would have been fine, but almost tearing me apart makes you guys look dreadful, because if you're only going down to one or two of my moves, it makes you guys look crap. You know, and it's not, you know, you can have a really, really strong guy that's a small man and a small woman that can fight, but when you've got a disadvantage with two much bigger people with longer reach, height advantage, all this stuff, chucking you about, it doesn't make you look good. And that's what I thought, and that's why we had to have a time limit draw. But we could have had a time limit draw on more of a level footing without them doing all of the work, because all their work of throwing me about just made me look tough. And it didn't sell Bryden in the corner as much. It didn't really sell them. It just made me look like I wouldn't quit. So I look like Superman. Bryden's in the corner ready for this tag. But I bet the audience must have watched and thought, well, if Mackie gets a bit of 30 seconds to catch his breath, he could just knock one of them down with one of his moves, because that's what's happening. And then he could tag in Brandon. Well, see you later, Charlie. So that's where the problem was. As much as I was happy to wrestle Krieger and TJ and had wrestled them before, that's what I thought was the issue with that match. It was a real shame, because if we plotted it in a better way to make it look like we as two popular teams, we were ready to be competitive but ready to win, then the crowd, I think, would have found it easier to get behind us both, rather than completely one-sided, you know? Because that turned
Yeah.
them into villains. That shouldn't have been the approach. But there are 4 people plus the referee in a tag team match, meaning that not all of the ideas or a lot of the dance is done by me. Now, before we continue, oh, Charlie's back. I really could do with going to the toilet. Is it possible that you just wait a moment and I'll come back?
Yes.
Excellent. You could edit this out on YouTube, or you could put like you reflecting on your life here, Brandon, if you want, or you could sing a little song if you want to Charlie and anyone else that's watching. I was going to get more orange juice, but I'm thinking I'll not do that, because then I'll have to keep going back and forward to the toilet. So I'll be back in a minute. You can look at my television screen in the background and the part of my bed if you want.
I'll figure out a way to entertain the people. Well, ladies and gentlemen, while he is going to do that, Euan has had a very awesome career. It has been such an honor to get to know the man himself. And thank you to everybody that has tuned in. And please stay tuned for the rest of this interview. And Euan had an impressive career throughout his time in W3L. Very impressive. I'm very glad that we get to know more about the man himself. Such a huge honor. Dance, dance. Dance, 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 dance. Also, we will be talking about his other, like, Fair City Wrestling, which he's elaborated on. We'll also be talking about Rad Pro and SWE and ACW. And
Sorry, I've still got my cock out. Oh dear, I'll put it away. I've not had a chance to do that joke. Don't worry. Don't do any dancing. I'm back. Don't worry.
what is your favorite video game?
Whoa. Right. Charlie, it's Pokemon. My favourite video game.
Like
Honestly.
Pokemon Go?
not just Go. I've played it on the Game Boy Advance, 3DS, DS, N64, GameCube, Wii. Anything that mixes monsters and adventure suits me. So that's my favourite video game. I like loads of other video games, but that's my go-to one. I play it all the time, and on my phone. I played it for years. Everything that you can move things from games as well. You can go into different. Something can go from like the Game Boy Advance all the way up to the Switch. Things have travelled with me for years, probably longer than you've been alive, Charlie, to be honest. But yeah, I have. It's one of my favourite things. I like lots of. I'm not really a gamer, but I like lots of different games, and I don't spend loads. Some people can game for hours, and I can't do that. But I can. When I enjoy a game, I will play it, and I don't have to complete it to enjoy it. So yeah. Don't always have enough time to game, but I do like it when the opportunity comes along. I do like role-playing games as well. Like I kind of. How do you know how old I am? Well, you're definitely not in like your late 50s or anything, Charlie. I know that. But so yeah, like I've been a fan of like Neverwinter Nights, Baldur's Gate, but the newer one, my friend Zara and I would play that a lot. But I played the other Baldur's Gates, and Neverwinter Nights was in the same universe, so I liked games like that, like the D&D universe. So I know, like I dip in and out of these things, and sometimes it's good to unwind with. Okay, 10, Charlie. So it's good to dip in and out, and I have played like lots of games. Like obviously a lot of people have played like Mario. I've still got my Super Nintendo. It's actually in a cupboard over there, and I still have a lot of games for it. And a lot of those games remind me of 1 to 20. No, you're definitely not 20 years old, Charlie. So I'm going to say you're like 10 or 11. But so that those old games take me back to being like in my early teens. Told you. Back to my early teens and playing like my Saturday night if I wasn't out doing something. Then I'm at 12, 13 years old playing the really old wrestling games like the old Raw game. You're 10. Knew it. Well done to me. So anyhow, yeah, so those are the games that I enjoyed. Now, when I was away, I heard you say something about Rad Pro, SWE, Fair City Wrestling, W3L.
Yes, we were actually going to talk about those, like, as we were continuing on. I was going to go to Brad Pro next.
Yeah, well, here's the sad thing, is I liked Rad Pro and I like what it tried to do, but I think it lost steam, and it started off really, really well, and eventually it lost steam, and that was down to, I think, the promoter, who was a great guy, and I still know him to this day. I think he lost his love for wrestling. And here's the issue, and I've talked about wrestling being serious and also having like funny elements. I don't know what that is that I'm hearing, but it sounds like you're getting on a steam train right now.
No. Getting some water.
Right, okay. It genuinely sounded like you were about to get on a steam train.
A steam train?
Yeah, how the feedback was going. It sounded like it stopped at the station and you were just about to get on. Like,
oh, no.
Right.
No.
Don't be doing that during this live. Anyway, so comedy does exist within wrestling, right? And sometimes people, I think, misinterpret it. They have a tendency to think it's an insult to the business, and sometimes people love it, right? It's quite polarized. Rad Pro had created the same kind of idea that Chikara had years ago, where they wanted almost like a UK blend of styles, a fun wrestling place like Chikara, but a UK version, right? And that's good. But how old am I? 41. Anyway, the old Rad Pro movement, it had been the idea of creating a kind of fun wrestling place, but wrestling at the time wanted to be super serious, and they would pinball back and forward from super serious to making things fun and wrestling being. But Rad Pro kind of got lost in the shuffle. What Rad Pro was trying to do was a good idea, and worked for a bit. But when people stopped getting, like, I mean, like the outside, I'm not that old, it's still quite old. It's older than you, 4 times older than you. But the Rad Pro idea had always been good, I thought, and I liked the idea, and I liked the way it was almost looked like an anime at times. But then there just seemed to be no place for it to be appreciated. That's what I mean to say. People would look and they were happy to get work, but they also didn't expect anything from the promotion. They didn't seem to expect that it would get anything, and it wasn't being ran to its full potential. So people were ready to discredit it or to put it to the side. And the upsetting thing is that so much could have been done with it. And I'm so glad that I got to be there in its heyday when things were going quite well. When I left, it gradually stopped having the... Oh, well, at least we all know Charlie's birthday now. It stopped... When I left, it stopped having the hype or the... Say the hype, like, it stopped having that effect that it did have. And
Stop having a feeling that you wanted to keep going over there?
Well, I wouldn't have minded going down, but I had a feeling that, and there were times that Rad Pro would come back to life and then disappear and come back to life and disappear. And then there was a time in around about 2016, 17, 18 that they would run. But good night, Charlie. But the problem was that it was beginning to kind of be less and less what it was. And it's not against the guy that took over from it was the original promoter's brother, and that was fine. They wanted to still run it, but they'd lost what had made it different, and they'd lost what could really push it forward. That's not to say they didn't know what they were doing. I just think that it was the wrong time, the wrong place, and maybe the wrong mindset, which is a real shame, because it fizzled out when it could have probably been something different. And I think if it had just had its opportunity and it had been the right time in the right place, although being there at the times I was there, I enjoyed it. I actually really liked it, and I thought that Rad Pro was definitely a place where you could get creative, you could get crazy, you could come up with wild ideas, and it would be good. And that was what I liked at the time. What people forget is that some super serious wrestling promotions go, the silly wrestling is stupid. It's stupid, and it should be looked down upon. And then I don't know if anybody comes up to them and says, but you guys are also stupid because you're doing a pretend fight, and you guys are taking it really, really seriously, and they're not. Now, you guys aren't exposing the business as being a joke, but the business was already exposed. So the guys doing the joke, they're trying to make money, you're trying to make money. Why can't you just coexist? Yes, they do kind of clash, the silly stuff and the more intense focus on it being real, but a happy medium could be found. If an audience likes the silly wrestling, they'll go to it. If an audience likes the serious wrestling, they'll go to that. Try and find your audience and try and appreciate your audience and sell to them. Don't try and discredit the other place, because if you decide it lets your product down, then maybe your product's not good enough, you know? So anybody that thought Rad Pro was maybe a joke should have looked at their own product and thought, are we a joke? Should we up the stakes and let everybody know that this is very different to that other product? But I don't know if that was ever done, and it was a shame, because Rad Pro was open for lots of interesting things to happen. I just don't think that they got the opportunity to fully see things through. But as I say, I did enjoy it, and sometimes I loved going to the events, because when everything was set up, and like with the ring being set up and the lights and the entranceway, sometimes it looked great. I really enjoyed it.
I also have some memorable matches that I think you might be happy about to hear. That how you were talking about matches kind of having like a funny twist to them. I noticed you had a good series of matches in a sense with the rabbit, and it led to a nursery crimes match.
Yeah, nursery crimes. And the first nursery crimes match I had was against Stephen Magnus at SWE, and that was me choosing the stipulation. The second nursery crimes match was me against Randy Valentine in SWE, and that was at Hell for Lycra, and that was a huge nursery crimes match. The ring was covered in toys, but it was good because we tried the idea with Stephen Magnus a year before, or 2 years before, and then tried, was it 1 year? So by the time I wrestled Rabbit, that was Nursery Crimes 3, and we thought that was a perfect way to kind of do the blow-off feud between myself and Rabbit, with the Nursery Crimes being the match that we would do. I did one in SSW, I did another one against Jam, and that was Nursery Crimes 5, but the one in SSW was Nursery Crimes 4 against Switch, who was also he'd been my accomplice and partner in Rad Pro. We fought in SSW, and Switch was he ended up doing a bubble bomb off the full Nelson sit out slam. He did that to me off the top rope into Lego to win the match. So yeah, so those Nursery, and I also wrestled Kevin Williams, and I think that might have been Nursery Crimes 7 or 8 in a Nursery Crimes match. But basically, I know that Lego death matches exist, but what the Nursery Crimes was, all of the weapons to be used in the ring would be children's toys. So we'd be using things like little tea sets for the tables. We'd be using Lego. We'd use space hoppers. We'd use ball pools. I did a top rope leg drop to Kevin Williams when he had a kind of cuddly camel on his face, and a leg dropped the camel into him, and the camel bounced away. And we attacked each other at the start with a dolphin and an orca, both of them stuffed. We fought with them. I threw a Chad Valley bin trike into Kevin Williams as well in the corner, like you would with a chair. So we thought of all these silly spots. I lashed Jam O'Malley with a skipping rope, and he was covered in lashes from this rope. So we did some quite brutal spots, but we also tried to tell a story with the match as well. So that was quite good in regards to the fact that we didn't just do it for silly stunts. We did the Nursery Crimes matches, and they had a reason. And that was the Nursery Crimes 3, where I took on Rabbit, and I'd had several matches with him. So this was almost his way of getting his own back. But I picked the stipulation, he won the match. And he ended up winning by doing a swanton to me whilst holding Buzz Lightyear, saying to infinity and beyond, as I'm writhing about in the Lego, because I went to do a leg drop, but I had a unicorn hobby horse, and I jumped. And as I did the leg drop, I brought the unicorn down between my legs to land on Rabbit, but he moved and I fell into the Lego. And then Rabbit took the opportunity to go to the top and hit the swanton whilst holding Buzz Lightyear. And that's how we finished it. So we thought that was quite cool. The crowd loved it anyway. At the time, people thought it was really... I don't think they were expecting it to be... The thing is, though, people think, oh, yeah, but I like death matches with glass and with chairs and razor wire. And I think, it still hurts to go through a child's tea set. That doesn't stop hurting. It still hurts to stand on Lego. It still hurts to be hit with a huge plastic car. It's not like any of it starts being comfortable. It still hurts, that stuff. If you've ever been powerbombed into a ball pool that's full of like soldiers and plastic trees, then it's not a luxury.
Yeah. And during your time at Rad Pro, this was also where you and Jam Dog were a team and also enemies, yes?
Yeah, we were a team. We were the
Z Listers?
Yeah, we were the Z-List Carnival, and then Jam ended up breaking away from that, and I ended up being angry with. I almost took over. I think initially they'd wanted Jam to be the leader, and then they realised that I maybe would be better to be the leader, to turn evil. So what ended up happening was we split, and then Jam and I would fight each other, which we did do. And the reason for it happening was simply that, was to turn Jam into a good guy and to cement me as a villain, which ended up working because I was able to stay as the bad guy, and Jam was turned into the face. It kind of brought the Z-List Carnival to an end, but it also meant that we could focus on different things in Rad Pro as well.
Hey, you guys had video matches at Rad.
Yeah, we had a few. I think we had one where I think I attacked Jam with Sebastian the Displeased, which is my giant baseball bat with an angry face on it. Sebastian was used against Jam I think at the end of the match, I'm trying to remember what I did, but I took Sebastian with me everywhere. So he makes a great sound when he hits people. He lives, well, he's actually in my friend's car right now. But Sebastian does live in my car if anytime I might need him at a wrestling event. But last time I used him, I think did he hit Amazon or Rory Shaw? He hit one of them and he burst, but I could fix him. But it's the first time, I mean, he's been used quite a lot actually as Sebastian. He's had a good career for a giant orange baseball bat. So that's good.
And you also had some matches with others like Maria Mystic and Robbie Ryder.
Oh yeah, no, Robbie
Dale.
Ryder. Yeah, Robbie. Those three there. Maria, lovely lass. Actually, was she went out with a promoter, and at the time, Maria took on Mega Mackie Z because I returned as Mega Mackie Z in December 2015, I think it was, and I enjoyed doing that because a wild drag queen wrestler against a female wrestler kind of worked because she was a lot more masculine than I was. That's not an insult to her. She's a lovely lass, but it was to help her because she was quite inexperienced. But at the same time, it allowed us to have a match where I could. At least I think I was a drag queen. I was. And so she doesn't wrestle anymore, but for what she managed to do in a short space of time and how she managed to learn what she could do, it was impressive. Now, Robbie Ryder was so underrated, and this guy had been wrestling for many, many years, and it's a shame that he didn't get what I think he was owed, but I think he just decided to maybe not continue wrestling for a bit. I don't know if he's come back or if he's maybe settled down. I haven't seen anything about him, but that's not to say that he's been active. But I actually found myself quite inspired by a lot of the things that he would do in the ring, which is a secret nobody knows. But I ended up thinking, right, I like the way there's certain nuances to his performance and what he does in the ring. I might not exactly steal it, but I let myself be inspired by it. And Yorkshire Dale, I've heard people, when I've mentioned to them that there is a wrestling scarecrow called the Yorkshire Dale, people have gone, no, surely not. And I've had to show evidence of a wrestling lucha libre scarecrow. But the guy underneath the mask was one of the nicest people I've met in wrestling. Didn't know him too well, but he enjoyed some comedy wrestling. And to be honest, some people shouldn't do comedy wrestling, but this is one of the guys, the Yorkshire Dale, the guy behind the mask, Matt, he was somebody who should be doing comedy wrestling. He should be doing it because he knew exactly how well to pace it, he knew the comic timing, and he knew exactly how to make an audience laugh. And he was very popular. So me being a villain alongside his particular brand of humour really helped the audience feel for him, which is great. So I haven't seen him in years, and I'm sure he's still being the Yorkshire Dale. I'm very sure. And if he isn't doing it, he should do it just now, right now. Should get the mask and put it on and be the Yorkshire Dale.
You guys also met in Shield Pro Wrestling in a match.
Yes, we did, and he won that one, I think. And I don't think I was. Did. I think I did a couple of appearances in Shield Pro Wrestling, which is kind of like almost like what Rad Pro could have been. So Shield still.
I noticed you weren't around for the whole APW area.
Yeah, like Shield kind of became what Rad Pro should have been, which is fine. But I've not been down Shield in a long time, so the good thing is that they run now, and a lot of the guys seem to be getting work and seem to be utilised really well there, and it's good to think that some of them were original Rad Pro guys as well, so they're definitely getting their opportunities now, which is good.
Most definitely agreed. And may I just say, we have almost hit the 3-hour mark.
That does tend to happen when I speak, and I apologise for that.
No, no, I love it. I think it's awesome. I want to make a record of this. Like, this is cool.
Is this the longest one that you've done?
I want to say it would be. Because I think the last two for Breaking Kayfabe were at least an hour something. So this
wow.
probably is the biggest one on breaking kayfabe. And
I
I
knew that
think in
would
general,
happen.
now that I'm thinking about it, because I think I've only had videos that are at least 2 hours. I don't think I've
Yeah,
had 3.
that always happens. You know, every time, every podcast. I had to do 2 with the soul sessions because I don't shut up or I elaborate with such verbose wording that what I could have said in 2 words, I end up saying in about 65, you know? But to be honest, I'm glad to do it, and all the little bits in between that aren't needed, they can be cut. But it'll take a while for you to get 3 and a bit hours up on YouTube, you know?
No, I hear that. And freaking, like I said, when this happened, like, I was so excited. Like, I don't ever judge people for going too much on this. Like, I'm happy that you able are to elaborate on stuff like that. I love it. Like, I love that info, and I feel like the people love it too. And I hope people look back at this and hopefully have learned something. Like, I've learned a lot from, like, just talking to the 4 of you, because I've talked to Ethan on The Shadows Within, and Sweet Caramel Lightning was the first one on here, and Hot Dog Starks was the second, and you're the third, and I'm learning a lot, and this is just such a true honor for me.
No, honestly, I'm glad that there's a benefit to it because I was worried that I would end up talking for a long, long time, which I have done. But it's there's a lot has gone on in 18 years, and it has been 18 years, and with me being, you know, relatively quite busy almost every weekend. Like sometimes I wouldn't be, sometimes I would maybe have 3 weeks and I wouldn't be wrestling, but genuinely, and there was the pandemic. I was only ever wrestled 2 or 3 times, and they were inside closed off areas. But now, uh, I find that when I kind of look back in the filing cabinet of things in my head, of things that have happened, and I think, oh yeah, I did that, oh and that, and that, and it wasn't until recently that I looked at my list of achievements. That's not everything, but that's everything that I think is probably important. Like it's definitely all the championships, right? That I sent it to you earlier.
Yes,
There's
you
only
sent me a lot of championships and wins, and for those that don't know, from your championship wins at W3L, you are a former Showdown champion, Tag Team champion, Fight for Your Flag tournament winner in 2011, and the Grief Cup winner in 2022.
yeah, and the Creef Cup was a great finish. I thought that we were about to, myself and Craig Stevens are about to go out, and that crowd in Creef, which is just a wee bit away from Perth, maybe not a wee bit, maybe 20 minutes. The people had been cheering for a choke slam the whole night. Just don't know why. Maybe it's something they do in Creef, right? But the whole point was is that when we were heading out, Mike said to myself and Craig, "Make the finish a choke slam," and we thought, we've already got a good finish. And Mike was like, "No, no, do the choke slam, trust me." And I thought, wait a minute, we can work with this. And like I've said about working on the fly and listening to the audience. So Craig and I went out. We did the match just as we talked about and put 1 or 2 things in, added a wee bit in. But we got to a point where Craig and I had knocked each other back and forward so much that I had done all I could to him, and Craig had done all he could to me. He went to, I think he went to grab me, or what did I know? I slid down his back from the running power slam, and he turned around and I choke slammed him, right? And the crowd erupted. But I had also throughout the match tried to seed that I was going to do this choke slam and that it would be near impossible. So the first time I tried it, Craig knocked me away. The second time later on in the match, I went to try and do it again, and he kicked me away. So him having me up and for me to slink away and get out of his way for a minute, him being all confused to turn around and be chokeslammed, that was probably the biggest reaction of the night. We're not big superstars, right? We're not the most clever wrestlers on the planet, but that got them to react. But then that added, and you know what? I can actually send you the hard cam of this match. It's got my qualifying match, well, the semi-final, me against the Tormentor, and then me against Craig Stevens. But I can just send you the Craig Stevens match. The finish was, because I'm a pirate, obviously, or they'll go after treasure. They don't really. But
Yeah.
Craig already had 3 championships, and he wanted to win this trophy. So we're in the final. I've done everything I can to Craig. I'm spoiling it here, but I have to say it. I like it as a finish, and it was something we both came up with. I rolled out the ring, and Craig and I had brawled in the crowd, and then I grabbed the trophy and rolled into the ring, and just sat there. Now Esther, the referee, or Edith Summer, she was like, reacting to the fact I brought the trophy in the ring as if to say, look, you've not won it, you can't bring it in. And I sit in the corner, tired, broken, and just said, Craig, is this what it's all about? That, like, all those belts you've got, this trophy, there's more to life. And he said, no, there's nothing more important than winning. And what means more to me is that those damn belts, or the 3 belts and that damn trophy. And I was like, you're so arrogant, and you just need more supply. Well, go on then, take it. I don't want it. And the crowd, like, I'll send you this match. The crowd just go, oh no, as if totally took the wind out of their sails. And I said, just you take it. So Craig turns to the audience and lifts up this trophy, and then he says 3 belts and 1 trophy. He's about to give himself a big introduction or a big victory speech. And I rolled him up and just pinned him. 1, 2, 3, and he sat up, still holding the trophy, and I took it out of his hand. And then the announcement from the announcer, Stevie the Wizard, said, and the winner of the Queef Cup, Captain Euan Mackie. And the crowd loved it. And I'm not saying, again, it wasn't 1,000 people in there. We had about 200 people. But they loved that without it seeming too silly, but also being a little bit of a devious joke that got a great reaction from the crowd. I didn't have to hit him with this. I had done all my spectacular finisher. I'd done all my stuff. It was a way of mind over matter, and that's what makes the Queef Cup 2022 important to me, because it was a kind of throwaway, let's just do something at this venue idea of a tournament. But it ended up being a kind of wholesome thing where one character who didn't have the strength to continue anymore, one with a bit of brains, and being a bit of a tricky pirate, which totally told the story well. And I thought, that is a good way to end it. So that's why the Queef Cup thing was good. And in W3L alone, these achievements are good for the long-serving time I spent there. So all of the promotions where I've written down the championship reigns I sent to you, I think there's about 16 belts, and I haven't taken in, I'm not counting the other tournament or the Rumble wins and stuff like that, but it's, for somebody doing as I do and being as I am, I probably shouldn't have that many title reigns or that many opportunities about varied championships. So I'm thinking, that's good. Can't be that bad. There's some wrestlers who are at the top of their game, and they've only maybe had 4 significant ones that they can be remembered having on TV, whereas I've got about 16, I think. 16 separate ones. I'm not counting the reigns, I'm just counting the different championships. So that's not so bad. If I've done anything, at least I can say, yeah, I won belts in England and Scotland. You know?
And for those of you that don't know Mr. Euan's championship history, I shall go through the list fully that he sent to me. Pride Heavyweight Champion.
That's the
Alpha
belt.
Championship Wrestling Glasgow Hardcore Champion 6 times.
Yes.
Alpha Championship Wrestling World Champion 2 times. SWE Heavyweight Champion. SWE Future Division Champion. First ever Arcadian Level Up Champion. SSW Hardcore Champion 3 times. RI Hardcore Champion 3 times. CCW Underground Champion. CCW Tag Team Champion with Dagon. SWA Tag Team Champion with Freddie the Funk. Arcadian.
Taylor Bryden. But
Taylor Braden. Arcadian's first ever Trifecta Perfecta tournament winner. CCW 2023 Cash in the Lamp winner. FCW Fair City Rumble 2022 winner of Game Changer briefcase as well. FCW Christmas Weight Champion, first ever. FCW Heavyweight Champion. Rad Pro Mixed Tag Team Champions with Jam O'Malley at the time. W3L Showdown Champion. W3L
Tag Team Champion with Freddie the Funk Taylor Braden. W3L Fight for Your Flag Tournament winner 2011. W3L Grief Cup winner 2022.
That's a lot. That's not bad. Like that's at least like it's not been. Some of them have been multiple in the year, but if you think about it, for 18 years, that's an achievement for almost every year. So that's good, you know. It's good to get an important part like that on an event and a show and get to perform in that position. So I'm happy with that. If I stopped, which I can't really because I've got 3 championships just now, but if I stopped, and Dropkick title is on that list as well. It should be first ever.
Oh yes, the
champion.
Dropkick Championship. Of course, you are the current Dropkick champion.
Yep, and current Pride champion and current Alba champion. But as we've said,
And Pride champion. Yes.
I've got 3 championships just now, and I've never had 3 championships at the same time, so that's also good.
Never a record all in its own. And you, like we talked about, you've expanded so much, and you've been to places like also Arcadian.
Yeah, I know. Arcadian's end is a bit of an unfortunate one, as there was someone we said we wouldn't mention, but he didn't help it. But the original owner of Arcadian had big plans for it, and things started quite well there. I think when he handed the reins over, it wasn't so good. But I was so happy to be. There were other like level up champions, but I was so happy to be the first one. And the reason that, although initially they'd wanted to put me as the champion, then they wanted to swap it. But then I said the reason why I think I should start is because I can be somebody that the champion chases. Let the champion chase, or not the champion. Let the challenger chase as I'm the champion. Then I can lose and it doesn't do any damage to me. But if he becomes champion right away, your audience have got nothing to look forward to. Your audience have got nothing to ask, to will to happen. They need to see the journey. If they don't see the journey, then there's no point in it. I know he's popular, but we build his popularity so that more and more people want to see him win. And that man was persona. We need to make him get to a certain level so the audience are willing him, so it's a big enough show and he can win, rather than him just winning, because there's nowhere for him to go after that. As soon as he wins the championship, well, where does he go from there? So that's why we thought if I start, it doesn't discredit me if I hold it for a month or 2, then I lose it. He needs to chase me. He needs to lose, just lose, to then chase me, and that makes it more compelling. Because otherwise, if he wins, then he's not going to lose it right away. He needs to build to win it, so when he wins it, it's more rewarding. That's better, and we agreed on that. And then there were great plans and things in the works for the future, and then it just kind of collapsed, which is a real shame because the Level Up Championship looked amazing. Had a lovely carrying case and everything.
Indeed. And you also talked about your time in Fair City champion for Fair City Wrestling.
Yeah, I was the champion in Fair City Wrestling, and at that time, I had just switched from what people knew as my pirate gimmick to doing things that I do now, and that's where people they made the mistake, and I'm not going to let that be a problem. But people kept thinking that the group that I managed to bring around me when I did my heel turn, people called that the Neo Paradigm because I went around with a T-shirt and kept coming out with the graphic that says Euan Mackie's Neo Paradigm. But they get it at Dropkick, but not everybody's got it. That my Neo Paradigm is not like some people. Again, they'll come to the ring and they've got their name and they've got a prefix, or they've got there's something that they have is their gimmick thing. And I thought, well, I just want to come out to my name. I don't need any other, like, any nickname or anything. So I wanted to put out like a warning sign, which is what the triangle is in some way of saying, look, this is Euan Mackie's new thing. He's never done this before. This is different. But I didn't want to just say this is my new thing, come out with a T-shirt saying, hey, this is the new thing. I thought Neo Paradigm, the new system, the new way of doing it, the new the new status quo is here. And yeah, it was my pretentious way of saying the neo paradigm is the new me, or the new thing I'm doing. However, what I did do is manage to accumulate, and I was booked to have some henchmen, and people started to call them the neo paradigm. But then I brought in my friend Dee and my friend Michaela, who do pole dancing with me, to be like dancers or part of performances. I brought in Jem, I brought in Robert to do poi stuff as well, like they did in Fair City. So the neo paradigm was really not a faction, but it started to be called that. We had a flag as well. So I did have Jay Robin, Valak, and Holden. They were the henchmen. But then I also had Dee, Michaela, Jem, and Robert be like almost performers to go along with the neo paradigm. It was almost like an art movement / wrestling activism. It was created entirely as to provoke, and I didn't need to be an evil moneybags company man. I didn't need to be a cultist. I just thought I will be a wrestler who, like, adamantly, deconstructs the very art form he's a part of, and will constantly manipulate an audience's opinions and try and sway and provoke some kind of like reaction. And that's what happened as the champion in Fair City. I actually rose up to win the Fair City Rumble and then cash in and win the championship. And from there, I put the championship in a box. And I'm aware something like that has been done now. But at the time when I was putting it in a box and not in a briefcase or whatever, I put it in a box so that I said the crowd weren't really allowed to look at it. They were disrespecting. Well, they were almost like not disrespecting. They weren't grateful enough for the fact that wrestling was being put on for them. They were actually they'd quite readily consume any warm diarrhea that wrestling gave them. And I thought, no, we're going to bring quality back here. And the belt's really nice. You've not really shown me that you're an audience that understands the thing you watch. You don't understand our toil. You don't understand our efforts. What you really just want to see is people get hurt or people do things that you find cool. But you're not really thanking us like you should be. So you don't deserve to see the belt. You don't deserve me at not me at my best, but you don't deserve my good graces, and you certainly don't deserve to see the belt. But I do pull little stunts. As I say, I had Dee come dancing for me, and then I came out and kicked her off the pole and did my own routine, telling them they weren't good enough to see a beautiful lady perform for them because they don't understand. They're too ready for violence. I did a crime scene thing where my henchmen were all done up in the hazmat suits with like it was a forensic scene because I was told that I'd done something wrong, and I thought, well, surely if it's that much of a crime, there should be a scene for it. Genius idea by Kevin Williams, or Kevin Purdy, the promoter, who wanted to set it up like CSI. So when the audience came in,
and you've also faced him in numerous promotions.
Sorry.
Kevin Williams, you faced him also in numerous promotions. What I got.
Oh yeah, various promotions. We've been back and forth for many years. But the other thing was when I had Jem, Robert, and Michaela, they came out as circus performers, and I had my logo had been turned into a circus tent for that particular show. But that was done because other wrestling companies had been particularly clowny and particularly stupid about things. And also people had still tried to imply that I was still a funny character. Like people from other places were wrestlers had implied, oh yeah, no, you'll always be a comedy character. And I thought, well, let's just see how things look when I turn this into something. And that's why we did a kind of neon or Circus of Ruin performance. So FCW has let me be incredibly creative with tons of ideas, and even the role that I play now, where, like as D. Charlie was responding, I play a face role now, but I've become part of the furniture, and I think that the people I think they admire that whatever the challenge, I'm ready. I go out and I just try and give them my best. I think it's almost like a self-insert in a way, like they think they don't really mind what it is I'm doing, so long as I go out there and I'm giving them my best, so they think, right, I want to see him achieve. We don't want to, but I often go out and sometimes my momentum's cut short, but the audience are normally 100% behind me. They just want to see me do well. I think even if they think, right, okay, if he doesn't win, so long as he does it in style, if he loses, let him lose in style. So that they're often behind me, which is great, but it's taken years to build that up because they used to boo me out of the building, but they don't do that anymore. So it's been good to get that complete flip right round. But a lot of the time now, the audience are 100% behind me. I'm hoping that will lead to, for the match in 2 weeks' time, on the 25th, with myself and Kevin Williams. I'm really hoping that the audience will be, up and ready for this match. I think they want to see two bullies be put in their place, and hopefully Kevin and I are going to be able to do that. But we'll see.
Guaranteed banger, no doubt. I think everybody that knows you and knows him are anticipating for the other match that'll be in your long mini saga.
I hope so, because it's weird. Kevin and I have spent more time at opposite sides of the ring than we have at the same side as partners, tag team partners. So it would be great to actually be, even if a couple of more matches as a tag team would be good, just to say we've done it. Although if he goes into his gaming singlet as a Super Wrestling Entertainment, like Kevin Williams, we will probably have to change our tag team name to the Super Mario Lovers, which I don't think he wants to do. So we might not do that, but it might make his wife a bit worried as well if we do that, so maybe we shouldn't. But that's what I suggested we should be as the tag team, and he went, yeah. I mean, he just completely stomachs my nonsense anyway, so maybe he thought that was a bad idea. But yeah, so I'm looking forward to that, and I really hope that we can bring the emotion into it that we have for the last, since this year started, and the crowd seem really into it, so hopefully that's something that will continue.
Guaranteed it shall be, I have no doubt in my mind.
I hope so. If the event comes up, I'll try and send it to you so you can see the matches. I wish the last one, the Loser Leaves FCW match, had been put up, because I'd be able to show you there was a lot of emotion just in the crowd. I think it's because Matthews does such a good job. There are people, kids that have come up to me and said they don't like him, but they've never said he was a bad wrestler. They just said he stops good things happening. And I thought, what do they mean? But they mean more he stops people's offense. He cuts them off, and that's what a villain's supposed to do. But he totally takes away what should be the cool things or the climactic things or the signature things that a face does, and he just shuts them down and takes that away from the audience. The audience are willing and building up to see this thing, or they want to see the face get on top of him, and he gives them for an instant where they think the chances that they're going to achieve, they're going to succeed, and then he just takes it away from them. And I think that's a testament to him and how hard he works, him and Fagan especially, to be in a position where the crowd absolutely loathe them. And neither of them are terrible wrestlers, neither of them are boring. They do their job very well. It's that thing, the intent. They don't have to do much else except look damn threatening and ready to cause trouble, ready to do damage. And that's what makes the crowd hate them. Fagan has an incredibly safe style, and I think he should get more in Scottish wrestling, but he has a style that he could work anywhere for years of his life and look brutal in the ring, but actually he keeps you incredibly safe and incredibly, it still makes you look good whilst he's kicking your ass. So, yeah, and that's why I'm looking forward to it. And I think FCW has really been one of those places where people who weren't getting too much, well, it was their chance to shine. It was almost like how the WWE did a brand split years ago when it was a new thing, and it let a lot of guys shine on their own, whereas they wouldn't have had it if the same roster was on the same shows all the time. So FCW is kind of like that. It takes people who haven't had the opportunity and gives them more.
The land of opportunity.
Definitely, the land of opportunity. There's so much that people can gain from it, and I think a lot of people are beginning to understand this now, but I think they've missed that train, so to speak, because there's a lot of people who have done good work, but these are people who wouldn't have had the chance otherwise. So they've definitely taken the opportunity to do well and to, and that's been great for them. So I'm not saying that people won't get the opportunity, but the FCW has helped a lot of people progress in such good ways. Don't worry, I'm just moving this closer. They've helped people progress in ways that they might not have had the opportunity to do a long time ago. So I'm really glad. I've been glad to be part of it, but I was part of it. It was the first ever match at FCW. And maybe it'll be the last ever match. Who knows, right? Who knows? But we'll see.
Most indeed, and we hope to see you continue in Fair City. And as we were talking about Fair City with your group, there was a point where your group turned on you and that you got a new protege.
True, yeah. So the original three, when I'd lose my championship to Caleb Valhalla in a Iron Man match, but they'd come in to kind of cause a ruckus, and I eventually just said, you know what, I don't need yous, all three of you, go away. Almost like I realised, you know what, I could do this myself. It would essentially be like, again, make another anime reference, but it would be almost like, I guess, Frieza in Dragon Ball Z when he decides, I just don't need my soldiers anymore. Get out of here, I'll do this myself. And they took that quite to heart, and they got angry about it, as if to say, we have blindly followed you because we thought we'd gain from it. And that's what I said to them, is that you're all leeches, you're all parasites. You're only hanging out with me because it means you're seen in the main event. It gives you something. You're only hanging out with me because it'll give you. And I wanted rid of them. So they left. But unbeknownst to them, as the guy I'd been bullying, I say bullying or testing, it was really testing for years, Tom Atlas, ended up turning against them when they think they'd made a little party of people Euan had wound up and bullied and manipulated. Tom actually flipped completely, turned villain, and attacked the guys who thought they were going to give me a hiding. And that's when I worked with Tom for a bit. However, the story continued where I continued this bitter attempt. We were a tag team, but we didn't succeed really. And I kept having Tom in my corner, and we kept working together. But eventually, I started to lessen my grip on this bitter crusade of mine, and it all came to a head when Botchico, who'd been part of another group I'd had called the School for Rejected Luchadors. It was all the kind of crap luchadors, or the guys that were a bit odd, or they had something that was stopping them from being a good luchador, and they'd been rejected. They all came to the rejected school of, Euan G. Mackie's School for Rejected Luchadors. And Botchico had been like the only surviving member, really, of the group that was still a character in Scottish wrestling. So when I was about to attack him, and Tom and I were about to lay him out, he gave me the T-shirt that he'd got from there, because the real guy, the real human being that is Botchico, wouldn't have been wrestling if I hadn't said yeah. I had an idea for him. And I said, well, why don't we call him Botchico then? He can be the world's worst lucha. And we introduced him. It was down to the guy who originally played Randomico. He then would become Talon Jr. in Scottish wrestling. Very talented guy. But he would put together these videos. And the ones he put together with Botchico suddenly made Botchico a character, and we used him in SWE, and he got popular. He got popular because he was hopeless. Absolutely hopeless, but you know what? He did everything with heart, and people liked that. So Botchico suddenly finding a home outside of SWE and being an FCW, the crowd thought the same. There's this bumbling idiot that does everything to the best of his ability, and he's still not good. But somehow he manages to succeed, and the crowd kind of like him for how much he tries and how much he gets into situations that are far beyond his ability. But he had kept the School for Rejected Luchador T-shirt, the Luchadors T-shirt, sorry, that he had. So I'm about to lay him out, and he gives me this T-shirt, and I'm like, in the ring, I'm like, you've kept it. And he's like, why wouldn't I kept it? Or why wouldn't I keep it? This is what I got from, this was my start. It means a lot to me. You gave me this. I wouldn't have anything if it wasn't for you. And it made me kind of realize, you know what, why am I taking it out on, why was I taking it out on Liu King Sharp a month before? Why am I taking it out on Botchico now? There's no need for it, you know? And from there, Tom was irate and annoyed with me because I had done nothing but build him up to see everybody as a threat, see everything as a, you know, everybody's in your way, knock everyone down, get your own back, everything that's made you angry, take it out on them. And I had gone back on my word almost to him. So Tom was angry. So when the time came for Tom to join DE, he turned his back on me and he attacked me, which put me in a position like the opposite. It fully changed me face. The audience were in a position where they were like, right, okay, it took you a wee while to come round to it, but Tom has just been underhand, and he got even worse. He got even worse from being like a bit of a brat that he'd been when he was with me to suddenly being really devious and really nasty, and the crowd just turned against him, which is weird because before then they hated me and loved him. He was the one that I eliminated to win the Fair City Rumble 2022, and Tom had been in it one, and he'd managed to last all the way up to 30, and it was just him and Deacon Matthews. He's an enormous guy in great shape, just powerbombed Tom until he died pretty much, and then he went for a third powerbomb, and Tom runs him out of the ring, thinks he's won, but forgets that I drew 24, and I had a fight with Zach Dynamite. I fought Tom for a bit, fought one or two other guys. Tom took me out with one of his moves, and I just rolled underneath the ring. Couldn't be bothered with it. I stayed underneath the ring for at least maybe 15 minutes, I think, until the Rumble was over. And then, as Tom was celebrating on the ropes at the end, I just walked in and threw him out. I was like, there you go, there's your Rumble winner, me. And people were angry, but at the same time, I had carefully put down little laminated logos and cards of my name on it. So people were still holding it up. And I am shouting abuse at them, telling them that they will cheer for anything, that they're idiots. And that wrestling is completely and utterly ruined their minds. And they're still going, yeah, you won. And I think I'm being the biggest villain ever. And you're booing me, but you're waving these little signs in front of me, you idiots, you hapless nobodies. But what that did do is it created this eventual long-term story for the loyal fans in Tuller and the fans that come to the Queen's Hotel for DAPDub, JPW, the fans that would go to Larrick, the fans that would travel to come and see FCW have seen this through line. They might have not caught every single bit, but they understand that Tom Atlas was a favourite and seen as a guy that could really go far. And then when he turned into a villain, the crowd hated him, and they learned to despise him. I went from being such an irredeemable villain to suddenly being the guy that they wanted to see succeed regardless of, like, you know, whatever he's doing. And I like that. And that's been an audience that's been well maintained. I just hope that it could spread a little bit, like, you know, a little bit wider, and that more places could see it. But FCW does a really good thing where they put up the complete edited events, and sometimes it's the matches or it's their Empire show, which is really good because that means that if you do get stuck or haven't seen anything, there's always the YouTube channel to return to. It hasn't been updated recently, which is a shame, but I feel like we'll catch up at some point. I imagine that it's you know, a couple of seasons haven't been released in this country. Just see it as that. See it as that we're waiting on that coming. But hopefully that's something you'll be able to watch as well if you get the Fair City YouTube.
Oh yes, I have the YouTube page. Once you told me about these companies, I subscribed to them. I did my research. Like, I got down a whole list of matches that freaking probably you would, like, be very proud to remember. Like, I got down, like, basically almost 2 full pages of you from FCW in a sense. Like, I got you from against Caleb Valhalla, which was a great matchup. I noticed that you guys had great clashes. Nathan North, Tom Atlas, as we were just talking, Theodorus, and
another good guy.
You were in the Iron Man with Caleb as well.
Yeah, that was the one where I kind of told my henchmen that they were parasites, just leave. Yeah, I don't know if you've had the chance to watch that one, but we knew we had a countdown coming for the end, and we decided, like, we really wanted to keep the audience as hooked as we could. So the idea would be for me to crossbody Caleb, for him to catch me and roll back and hit the hell ride, and just miss out on a free count, you know. And Asylum's watching now.
Oh my gosh! Welcome, Asylum. Wow.
Good to see him. He got a mention earlier in probably hour 2 or whatever it was. But yeah, he got a mention. Mick, you'll have to wait till this comes back up on YouTube, and you'll have to go all the way back. But I mentioned you a couple of times, and you better like it.
Yeah, we're at 3 hours, 34 minutes, 1 second.
We're going for 4 hours. Brandon doesn't know this, but he does now. Might even manage 5 hours. One of these, it'll have to be put up in like 4 parts. You might have to do that.
Yeah, I have to figure out how to do that unless I can put it all in the one download because I don't know, this would be probably the biggest one I've downloaded.
Which is why I'm thinking if we have a schedule, right? If you've got anything you need to ask me or anything you want to know or any questions you've got, if we know how much is coming, I could fire out quicker answers instead of just talking forever, which is what I will do. Like I'll be here all night. Well, I will be here all night. I live here, but you know, I will keep talking. I'll probably talk to you all night, so you have to be careful because I'm like that. And unfortunately,
Well,
it's not changing. So.
Basically, I only had 2 more companies I was hoping to go over with you, and that's SWE and ACW. And I do have like 1, maybe 2 questions like officially left.
Fine. Well, for the SWE and for Alba Championship Wrestling, we can talk about them because I had a lot going on. Hopefully, mention the good way. Of course you were, Mick. Of course you were. I'm talking about our last encounter at Dropkick. It was good stuff. I enjoyed it anyway. Ethan was talking about me nearly going into the 3rd row from that Snake Eyes, but honestly, I'm so glad I worked out where I was going. I might have ended up in the 3rd row. Anyhow, yes. So Alba and SW. Now SW, it was a great time for being creative. I was Mega Mackie's there as well. At the same time, in a lot of places like Rad Pro and Showcase, that was another place that we've not mentioned, but Showcase existed a couple of years ago. They're kind of defunct now, but they're coming back. Impulse Wrestling. Anyway, SWE allowed for a lot because I don't work there now, and I'm not saying my reasons as to why. I'll leave that out. But with SWE, the thing that got the most over, I think, is going again. It was the villain. It was the good guy to villain arc, and it helped with Mega Mackie Z. And one of our best angles I think we did, and I'm thinking the video's still up, the matches are still up. There was Martin Stallion. Guy was in. Oh, that was the plan. Thanks, Mick. And it's a good job I held on them. Martin Stallion went from being the best example of a talented, thoroughbred wrestler you could ever see. He was in great shape, could do everything in the ring. He had, I mean, if you're watching Martin Stallion, you do have like the mental agility of a rabbit dropping, but fantastic wrestler, tiny brain, fantastic wrestler. He wouldn't mind this because Martin knows I know he's stupid, but Martin had absolutely everything. Then you've got the antithesis almost of that, if that's the right word. Euan G. Mackie, an oddball, a weird one. Alba Championship Wrestling, there we go. So you've got me and Stallion and I. And I'm the good guy. Stallion was the villain, but he was a very arrogant, over-the-top villain, right?
Yeah.
And Stallion was kind of like a perfectionist, and he flexed in great shape. But it was a guy I know, an American guy who'd done a bit of announcing. Ricky Mercer had said to me, weirdly, he's met a friend of mine as well that went over to America. Ricky had said he always thought Stallion and I would be a great team. And I thought maybe, but not now. Anyway, Stallion had been perfect looking as a wrestler, and now you've got this oddball like me. And as our paths go in different directions, Stallion kind of claims the championship, he claims a future division just like me. But Stallion begins to change. Stallion turned into a very kind of creepy and odd, like he shaved his head, his hair just fell out. He had long, lovely dark hair. Started to get tattoos. He grew a beard and especially a big black moustache. Started to wear black tights and just destroyed people. When he came back after he had a break away from wrestling, so he left. He'd cut his hair down short and everything. But when he came back, he'd shaved his head and was wearing black ring tights. No frills, nothing exciting. He was just black tights, and he just went in and he destroyed people. On the other side of this, I was becoming a floaty, frivolous drag queen. So when Stallion had become this almost this opposite of himself that he had been, people took notice because Stallion would just come out, wouldn't say a word, would destroy people and leave. And then when there was an event where I had kind of debuted my most fabulous drag queen look yet. Stallion won the championship. He'd won the, I think, did he win? Yeah, he'd actually won the fast track rumble, sorry, and he now had a shot at the SW champion whenever he wanted, and he waited until LGT, the champion, was a big favourite. I only saw him recently. He's been coming to see FCW shows, but LGT had just had a match, and Stallion came out and murdered him. Not like literally, but he came out and destroyed him and won the belt, and the crowd were a stunned silence. And Stallion took because LGT used to wear the V for Vendetta mask when he came to the ring. Stallion took that and took LGT and left, and the crowd were completely like, genuinely people gasped when Martin Stallion showed up and just knocked him out and took the belt. And then there was almost like a race, like LGT was down and out, people were worried about him. It was all well done. But then the person that ended up, and people were scared of Stallion, the wrestlers were scared, the crowd was scared, and the one person that stood up to him was the biggest, floofiest drag queen ever, Mega Mackie Z, who said, I will stand up to you. And actually got really, really close to beating Stallion in a match, but my valet ran in and counted the pin, so I didn't win, right? But then I went from challenging Stallion constantly and just getting my ass handed to me to one event where I came out as Mega Mackie Z and I said, I can't do this anymore. I have failed you and I don't deserve to be in the ring. And I mean, I've done a lot of things in SWE, but this one really, it felt like we connected with the audience because people genuinely hoped, I think, that this drag queen over-the-top version of myself would maybe get somewhere. Stallion just came out, kicked my ass again, wrapped me in a chain and took me away. So, there's Wrestling with Pride. That's the other one we need to mention. Fledgling company, but doing really well and a pleasure to work with. Anyway, Stallion took me away. Then, before he had a match, I think he was against Ian Ambrose. He's about to wrestle Ian Ambrose, but the lights went off.
Yes, I have him down in the list too, Ian Ambrose.
Yeah, Ian, very underrated. I never really got his chance to fully shine, but me knowing Ian, he's probably not that bothered. But so Stallion had brought me out wrapped in a chain. He kind of tied me to one of the chairs and made me sit and watch as he would tear Ian apart. But for a minute, the lights went off, right, in the arena, and I ran away. So when the lights came back on, the chain was off and I'd gone. Stallion's a bit confused, and then him and Ian getting to wrestle. And then at the end of the match, the old goblin form of me came back. So what I did, basically, is I went back, changed out of my tights, got my makeup wiped off, and got all the dreads and hair extensions out and everything. That like got the nails, the nail remover and everything. As soon as I got backstage, I had people wiping my face and wiping my fingers and stuff like that. So when I went back, there's Valor as well. I forgot to mention them. Another company that's really, really building a following and really delivering to their audience. And I think sometimes not even the audience,
they have a show coming up.
Yeah, they do. It's going to be this weekend, I think. They've really built up a following, but not just that. They'll be providing the unpredictability that I think a lot of wrestling fans want, which is weird because sometimes I think I don't know what's going to happen. They don't need to tell me though. But when something happens and I hear the reaction, I think, well, they've got them. Whether or not they keep that as they go on, but they've done well so far and they've built it up from there. Wrestling with Pride, kind of similar. They've started to build a following, and there's a lot more good stuff happening online for them than how things were when they started. Anyway, back to the thing with Stallion. This is important because I went away and came back as my goblin form, and the crowd really seemed to be into that. Like, they really were behind me. And then I went and, got my eventual revenge against Stallion and beat him at Hell for Lycra. And it was almost like finally the oddball beat what was initially the perfect wrestler who became this unstoppable villain. But then, because in that match where I won it at Hell for Lycra, LGT came back, almost like a thank you, almost like him to get his revenge on Stallion. So he did. The ref was down, LGT had a moment to attack Stallion, and then when I got up, I was able to take out Stallion and win. Then we had this succession of kind of confrontations where it was almost like a love triangle. It was part when myself and LGT had been tag team partners and had some of the biggest reactions as a tag. We never won gold, but we had been a top build tag team. Like I would never a draw, but people did want to come and see Euan G Mac and LJT be a team because we were so different, yet we got on really, we had chemistry as a tag team. People liked that. So when I'd been warring with Stallion, and I had actually been back and forward with him, and I'd almost been the underdog in this, and Stallion had still been this evil villain. Then, and it almost been myself and LJT were the faces in this, and Stallion was the villain, and almost we both tried our best to top him and beat him and whatever else. LJT and I are reunited as a tag team. Crowd were really into this. They thought it was great. We were against the Dead Cell, Nathan Reynolds and Kevin Williams. They'd both formed a team, and it was almost like, yes, okay, these two new teams are going to fight with these wrestlers that we know, but now they've actually got a direction. And during the match, LJT, we'd fought back and forward. He was about to tag me in, and I hit him with the black mist and blinded him. He's blinded in the ring. The Dead Cell win, and I brought Stallion out. For a while, everyone thought Stallion had manipulated me, and that wasn't the case. To win the championship, which I eventually, well, I was still the champion, but to protect the championship, I had brought in the former champion under me to get a hold of LJT, which was one of the things he wanted. He wanted to continue his rivalry. He wanted to get this. He wanted to end it. And it was almost like, instead of me and LJT being the team, myself and Stallion. I hope you follow this, but it meant I had done a total 180. So all the guys in it, I had gone from I wouldn't say the second. Well, yeah, I was the second face. LJT was the top good guy, Stallion was the top bad guy, and I was his friend. But there was a triangle of we'd try, and it had switched. I became the top bad guy, Stallion became the secondary heel, and LJT became the big face. And he never ever got a chance at me, which is a shame. I think that's what the crowd wanted, was to see him win and beat me. But he ended up disappearing. So Stallion and I formed a tag team. And the way that we did that was Stallion kept up his obsession with finding LJT and having that one last match. And I almost used this to my advantage by promising him more. And eventually, in a promotion that's now defunct, United Pro Wrestling, Stallion and I would form the Opera of Silence as a tag team. And we had a couple of matches where we really built us having more. And then Stallion decided he wouldn't be a wrestler anymore. So the Opera of Silence started in the SWE and made its way to United Pro Wrestling. And then after a couple of matches either way, we didn't get much more. However, it was great to team with him because we did get to show that, like, we could work well. And Ricky Mercer had said, you guys would be a great team. He was right. We actually did become a good team. It was just many, many years after he'd said that. Now, with Alba is relatively new in the sense that it's only come about in the last couple of years, but that's down to Jam bringing it back. Now, Jam originally ran Reckless Intent, or at least he had a hand in Reckless Intent. So Alba,
and you guys just had a match where it was Inflatable Hammers Lumberjack?
Yeah, and that was, I mean, the whole crowd got involved, and I didn't realise how, I'm glad it wasn't real hammers.
You're like, damn, bro, if they were real.
Yeah, if they'd been real, I'd be, I'd just be a pile of goo, I think. Wrestling with Pride.
Welcome, Wrestling with Pride.
Just been chatting about you. I mean, I've been here for hours doing it. Poor Brandon's going to have to edit this, or he'll put it all up in an entirety. You should put it up as a playlist, right? And then you can do interview with you in part 1, 2, and 3. I mean, Alan, you know what it's like. Anyway, you've spoken to me for real. But if you want to go back when this is done, I've been putting Wrestling with Pride over, not just because I work for you. It's more for what you guys are trying to do. And I was just about to kind of jump onto that as well after Alba. Anyway, because Alba's quite new, I mean, Wrestling with Pride is fledgling at this point, but it's been doing very well getting stuff out there online. And I'm hoping it draws more people in. And it's because of the inclusivity. Watch it good. If you've got 5 hours where you're doing nothing, you should watch the full episode. But like myself and Jay Robin have spoken about this, where we've said that instead of the queer part of the show being the novelty, Wrestling with Pride has people of all persuasions, of all every part of the LGBTQ community, and it's more focused on that. So that technically, if a straight person appeared, they would be the novelty on that show. And it's essential for people to understand identities, and that identities aren't just a novelty for what might be the status quo. And it needs to be understood that a lot of people maybe like wrestling, but also need to find comfort in their own sexuality and identity. And a lot of the time, wrestling forgets this or tries to turn the identity of somebody who's maybe queer into a novelty, or into a drawing point, instead of just accepting them as a wrestler. And I think that's forgotten sometimes. It's not out of malice, but some people take to their identity in a different way. And with Wrestling with Pride, that is a way of saying to a lot of people, and especially when things build up, that we are proud of who we are. We are incredibly proud of the company, and we're quite loyal to this idea of wrestling is for everybody. And the queerer you are, the better you are. Actually, there's something in this promotion where you can actually feel like you can watch other wrestlers who are maybe taking a similar journey to you, or have taken a similar journey, and understand you're not alone, and understand that you can love is love. Just love who you want, so long as you love, so long as it's consensual, because there's enough hate, there's enough discrimination, and there's enough ignorance. The world's better full. When the power of love overcomes the love of power, then the world shall know peace. Right. So there's Wrestling with Pride. But I like being a part of Wrestling with Pride. Unfortunately, I had to miss the last event because I promised Jam I would wrestle him in the match we're talking about in Alba. But the reason I did it is because I don't know how long Jam's got left. I want to empower everyone to be who they want to be and have a platform they own. Exactly. And that's how it should be. And wrestling's already full of gays anyway, so Anyhow, with Alba, the way that I think Jam over the last couple of years has started to build it a lot more ambitiously than how he had been doing it, and how he'd been putting things in perspective now. There were always clear plans to go forward, but I think Jam was happy to run wrestling events and run them to benefit wrestlers he knew, and to benefit the charity that he was working for when he ran charity events, trying to do a little bit of good without the hassle of the promotion running every single month and everything being too difficult to get on top of. I think it gave him a little bit of wrestling that was close to home for him without him having to stress over it, which is great. But Alba's built up a bit of steam, especially with the last event, and a lot of people from all over getting involved, which made me think Alba is almost like a nice halfway house from many wrestling promotions. And hopefully, if everybody's open to it, and hopefully if the bigger venues that have been looked at, and the venues we've been in before, if Alba can get those venues back, great potential for lots of people just to bury the hatchet. People who have been really, really silly with wrestling, are really, really pretentious, just to think, right, let's just get on well together, hopefully, and wrestle, and give an audience who want to see different characters. And like, for example, our match, the lumberjack match, wasn't anything too spectacular. We just hit each other lots, and then I got thrown out the ring, and people hit me lots with inflatable hammers. It was all about giving the audience that fever pitch, that madness. It was like, you ever been to a gig, Brandon, and people shoot T-shirts out of a gun?
Yes.
Yeah. You know how wild people go when a T-shirt hits the floor? And I remember doing this years ago. You probably weren't even born. I was in university. How long ago was it? I think it was 2005. How old would you have been in 2005?
In 2005, I was born in 2002, and I'm 22 now.
Well, you know what that means then? You would have been a child, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was at a gig in Aberdeen years ago. I think it was Aberdeen. And they were firing T-shirts out of a gun. They were all bench T-shirts. And I was picking them up. Because I'm small and nimble, I was able to watch. Paul Welsh is watching. There we go, everything's fine. I was watching where the T-shirts were landing because I am closer to the ground. So I was seeing these T-shirts land, and I was scurrying off into the people and picking them up. So I had arms full of these T-shirts, and I watched the kind of the wild enjoyment in some people's faces when they were running and getting these T-shirts. And that's exactly how it felt in Alba. I was a T-shirt that, oh, Paul, thank you. You're showing your love.
Welcome, Paul.
When I look back at the footage of me being attacked with these inflatable hammers, I felt like I was a T-shirt being fired out of a gun. people scurrying to pick me up or to assault me, which is what they were doing. And if I think about me scurrying to pick up these T-shirts for being fired at the gun, and that story ends with me giving everybody who didn't get a T-shirt that I was with a T-shirt, and finding out the one I had left was a girl's belly top. And I wore it anyway, because I thought, why not? It'll make me look great. But that was the feeling I got during that lumberjack match. But the whole point was to raise a bit of money for charity and get the inflatable hammers sold so the audience could have a physical part in the match without getting into the ring and without it getting too clumsy. The match wasn't going to be anything that required too much from us because the audience were going to play a big part. So that's why running the ropes, I mean, if the crowd was surrounding us, there was not really any way of doing it. But that we could still tell a story, and we still knocked lumps out of each other to do it. So that was the good thing about that. I was by no means an epic, classic match because it didn't need to be. The audience were almost there, part of the war. They got to almost cosplay for a minute as wrestlers, or at least part of the show. And I think they loved it, especially the kids. Like they wanted any opportunity. As soon as I went near the ropes, they were sending these. Oh, Chris Cleave the Mighty is up.
Welcome up. I'm assuming that you just took a nap and you woke up.
He's up now.
Boy, in his naps, I swear.
He'll be back to sleep in a minute when I start talking again. But that was the whole point of the inflatable hammers, so that when I'm getting close to the ropes, kids are actually swinging through the ropes to try and hit me. They seem to have lots of fun, and that was the whole point. So with Alba getting on its feet as it seems to in the last wee while, I'm hoping it pushes forward and gets bigger venues. And I've enjoyed being part of Alba. And I went there when I was doing the pirate thing as well. And just to say...
you were a 6-time hardcore champion when the 24/7 rule came about.
Yeah, and I took that to Arcadian as well. And I've got the entire history for that belt. I defended it on their shows and also lost it. You know what, Chris? I'm doing well. I've managed to keep Brandon on his phone or PC or whatever talking for the last almost 5 hours.
Yeah, almost 5. We've just been doing a talk. We're almost to the 4-hour mark.
Yeah, we have to be careful. Are we going to be careful? No. So the best way to look at Alba is it's really been positive that I managed to go from doing that, like being in the kind of not that there's anything wrong with being in that division, but being able to give a lot to the, like, that's what I've always wanted to do, to give a lot. So I was able to go from one role to the next. So as the champion, and on that day I had 3 events. So I had an FCW event, and I had Valor and Alba as well when I won the championship for the first time. Not the hardcore one, the heavyweight, but I was ready to work as hard as I could to do what I could for Alba, and hopefully that pushes everything forward. And in saying that, like I said, Valor has gone from Valor captures this idea of the Attitude Era, I think, really, really well, and it pushes the unpredictability and the rough and readiness of wrestling that people. It's the thing that made wrestling so popular in the late 90s and early 90s, and that has been captured with Valor. And I'm thinking that when things go forward, like I like being a part of the Suck to Catch, I think that's a great idea, and it allowed me to take old tricks as Sasshole the Clown and add them to my routine again, and have a reason to add them to my routine, not just because I want to do them. I can almost start to do things now because I am the clown in the Suck to Catch, and I think it sticks out. The crowd see a lot of factions within Valor, but I think, and that's not saying what we're doing is the best. I mean, it's different, and I enjoy being part of that. Yes, by Paul Welsh's wonderful, steady hand, because he does do the filming, and he is very good at it. But he does tend to run around the ring a lot, but he's got to keep up with stuff as well. And sometimes I can be difficult to film because I'm like a spider monkey to an extent. It'll be difficult to find out where I am. And now Bochico's watching, so you should be prepared for movie references, if anything. But so you'll have to go back, Sean, if you want to hear anything about the Bochico stuff, because I have mentioned you, but it's fine. Anyone that doesn't know, that's Bochico. There is Unmasked. He's also Rich Money, if you didn't know. Right. Anyhow, Paul does film for Valor, and the best thing I think about Valor is the unpredictability and the sense that anything could happen. And with the different factions and stuff, it gives an audience, I think, a different degree of matches, which I quite enjoy being part of, because that's what a lot of crowds say. Oh, we want a hardcore match, we want a 6-man tag, or we want we want this element, and they don't always get it from some wrestling companies, but Valor always seems to provide for them. And like I said, they always manage to get a desired reaction, which is really good. And they've built a bit of steam, and hopefully that continues, because they've got an event this weekend, and hopefully that's it. Get on Twitter. Hopefully they'll do well there as well, which I'm imagining that they will at that venue. They've got a good relationship with the place they are in. And I mentioned Wrestling with Pride, and while Wrestling with Pride is a fledgling company, and we've talked about what they do, I'm really excited to be part of it, because there's so many different people from all aspects of the UK coming in, and I think it's a really good safe haven for people. And I'm trying to think if there's any place I have missed. I've not spoken about Bleeding Gums, which I really should do, because my friend Andrew, who runs Bleeding Gums, had said to me years ago he wanted to try doing an experience of it. Well, I appreciate that, Alan. I really do. I do my best. I'm not just a pretty face. If you can say that, I try and be at least useful with stuff I've remembered for 18 years that I've done this. But with Bleeding Gums, Andy said to me once in the pub, years ago, I say years ago, it wasn't that far back, but he'd wanted to run a deathmatch show, and if he lost his arse on it and he made no money, he'd at least say he could do it. Then he ran his first wrestling show in November 2023. I think it was 2023. And sold out. People came from all over to see this deathmatch show, and he actually managed to make money on it. So he thought, well, okay, it might work, I'll keep going. And Andy had an experience with Rise, with TNT, with Kumite as well, and so he knew how these deathmatch, extreme, adult-orientated shows ran. So Andy wanted to try this in Scotland, and it worked. And he has not just put me there because I'm his friend. I think he appreciates the element of what I bring, is I can be as cheeky and as nasty to the crowd, and they will boo me and they will say horrible things to me, but it's like a bit of catharsis for them, because they're fans of the death matches. And at one point, maybe I'll take part in these death matches. I'll be very careful how I put myself in it. I'm not going straight into a 1,000 light bulb death match, but and if I did, all the ones I used would be painted green. I'd want them to be luminous and green. But the best thing to do there would be to build up to that. But being the part of the show that has the wrestling element, a bit more focused on the wrestling, and I can be as cheeky. I'm never there for too long, but I'm there for long enough for the audience to still react and welcome me back by hating me. Do you know what I mean? They like to hate me, and being there when there's all these deathmatch wrestling fans, they can stomach a bit of regular wrestling if it's done with the attitude I'm doing it. And usually they get to see another. If I'm usually on with really good guys. I mean, I was on with Ian Skinner, Cody Manhorn, Johnny Storm. Got to work with these guys, and who else was on in single? Howard Drake, HD Drake. These guys were not just were. These guys are really good wrestlers, and when they've been in the ring, people have wanted to see me get my ass kicked, but they've also quite enjoyed me winning in the end, or the cheat in the way that I've outdone the other wrestler in the ring. So there's a place for it, and they usually appreciate stuff like this to kind of at the start, or as a little bit of a palate cleanser before the next death match. They're usually happy to, and I'm not saying I'm not a fan favourite there at all, but I take it in good humour, and they know what I'm about. So that's what I appreciate about doing Bleeding Gums. But Bleeding Gums has done something that no other Scottish promotion, I think, has done, and managed to cultivate a a following that comes from all over, and I mean all over. People have travelled from America, people come up from England, people have come over, and they've flown over to see these guys, the guys that have been brought in, and they're big indie deathmatch names as well, like Matt Tremont, been over, Neil Diamond Cutter. These guys are, like, you'll see them in GCW, you'll hear these names. And at the time, like, I didn't really know much about these guys. I knew of them. I didn't really know them. And to suddenly share a locker room, Jasmine St. Clair, she's been in my car. She marked out over me having a Manowar CD in my car. And it has to be said that Stevie the Wizard was genuinely excited to be going with me to pick her up. So Stevie the Wizard could have got with, oh, okay. He could have got with her and she would have been Jasmine St. Wizard. Catch up with a full episode tomorrow. You do that, Alan, and hopefully I'll catch up with you soon, sir. Now get to bed, and you've probably got buses to drive tomorrow. So yeah, so I think I have roughly got to a point with all the promotions and stuff. But you are allowed to ask me questions now, Brandon. I think you said you had 2 to ask me.
Well,
maybe more.
I asked you some from the outset, but like there was some that I had like left over. So basically, when it comes to your personal life and wrestling career, how do you balance that?
Well, I think, like, and it's happened, maybe happened because I'm older now. I still have a lot of friendships, and I like to go out and I like to, meet people. But the older I've got, the older other people have got too, which is crazy, right? But that happens. And when they've slowed down, I've seen them less and less, and I find that I can still be active. I can still do things. I've actually got the luxury of being able to. I mean, I've wrestled like at the beginning of the week quite recently with FCW doing the summer holiday event, and they're going to do another one at the end of the month, the 29th, for anyone who wants to come and see it. But usually knowing that my wrestling will be at the end of the week, my regular life allows me to get things done during the week. I can go to my pole classes there. I do I work, now I've got 4 care jobs. So I pinball back and forward if I'm needed in there. I do those jobs. And I'm really happy to have freedom because I'm not stuck to a particular rota there. So I can go, I can help out. And that's something I've worked in care for 20 years. And they know I wrestle. They know I wrestle a lot. So there's never any pressure put on me to work loads and loads of shifts. They know that if I'm away to wrestle, I'm away to wrestle. And if I'm not wrestling, if I've got a weekend off, I could potentially pick up work. But I will wrestle if I'm booked for it. And I've said to them, if I start to drop wrestling dates, I won't get dates. They don't need a wrestler in his 40s to keep pulling out of, eventually somebody's going to say, we don't need you, Euan. So I'm going to work as much as I can. So what that does mean, though, is that by putting such importance on it, the care environments that I work in and other friends, people who are interested in wrestling as well, people who know that I do it, respect the fact that I juggle like that, and I'll happily work during the week if I'm able to wrestle at the weekend. But sometimes I find if I'm not needed throughout the week, then I get a chance to work out, look after myself. It's a great schedule. Some wrestlers are wrestling 4 times a week, and I'll still wrestle 4 times that week, but it'll be at the end of the week, in a tight-knit bundle, which is great, because if I think, like, this weekend I've only got dropkick, but unless, of course, anyone else needs me, if you're out there and if you're running on the 19th and you're within distance I can drive to, I can come and do the show. And if you don't want me there, then you've just missed out on a great experience getting to have me there. But the next week I've got FCW and then FCW and Bleeding Gums, and that's going to be 3. I'm sure it should be 3 matches over that weekend and 2 on the same day. And I had to do that on April the 5th, and I will do it. I'm quite prepared to do it and work hard at it. But that'll be my condensed wrestling. So when I do have maybe 3 events, sometimes it's 2 on the same day, sometimes it can be Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That's me doing the condensed wrestling that I would maybe do throughout the week. So I like being busy like that, though. But I do like the time I've got off, and it does mean that I can put regular shoot job in there as well, so that the money that I get from wrestling almost lets me survive the next week, and I save the money that I make from care for things like paying, paying for my car or paying for food, things like that. So that's how I juggle my personal life. And wrestling will always take a priority in my life. It will do. And when I come in to train or do seminars or lead them, I'll always make sure I've got the evening free. If I'm working, then obviously I can't do it. But I try to be as active as I can be, especially in the environment. If the opportunity presents itself, I'm happy to be involved with leading a seminar. Or I'm not always able to pay for seminars from other people, but normally I'd like to put people who are learning now, who are starting the wrestling journey, ahead of me to get opportunities with guys. Because sometimes there's seminars run by guys I've wrestled or guys I could end up wrestling again. So I think, well, I'm not going to that. I can let younger guys who need the experience, need the opportunity, go to that, and I'm not taking a space away from them. That's how I see it. So yeah, that's how I balance my outside of wrestling life. And I'm very glad of it. There's some wrestlers I know that loved working a very relaxed, independent schedule. I wouldn't say no to a proper, worldwide tour, but I also don't mind that I'm not doing it. I would do it, but I'm also not that bothered that I'm not doing it, if you know what I mean. If it came along, I'd take the opportunity, but it hasn't shown up yet, so I'm not that bothered either.
You are definitely a man that would take up an opportunity, and I would love to see you go on a worldwide tour one day, and very well
I'd
could
love that.
happen. No matter how
I don't want
old
to run
you
out of
are,
time.
sir, I feel like you've got a long ways to go.
I hope so, man. I really do. I appreciate that you say that. I really hope that I can, because I would quite like to go to some places to at least tick it off the list. Like, I have been over to Europe, and I wrestled a lot in Germany, and I loved that. And I just haven't been back there. Like I say, I don't have my passport sorted, but when I've got that fixed, I'd be up for going anywhere, But yeah, so what was
Yes.
your other question?
This would be the final question.
Go, get ready then, human beings, if you're still watching. Some of you should be in bed, but for Brandon, it's turned into the rest of the day for him. It'll be about maybe 6 o'clock, He's up. It's daytime where he is.
Yep, it's 3:13 over here. It's afternoon.
Exactly. What time is it here? It is 11:15 at night here, human beings. For anyone in the UK, especially people in Scotland, especially people in Fife, especially people in Kirkcaldy, especially people in Ravenscraig, where I live. This is your TV time. Well, Paul, I'm glad that you're watching the Euan G. Mackie show tonight, but at this time of night, it's probably just us three, to be honest. But hopefully, when it goes up on YouTube, more people will see it, because I think Brandon's realised that talking to me is a bit overwhelming for a lot of people. Oh, where are you, Chris? Where are you about? Is he in the US?
Yeah, he's in the U.S. as well.
He's 2 hours away from you.
Mm-hmm.
Right, okay. Yeah, sorry, Brandon. Ask me your last question.
No worries at all, sir. No worries at all. This has been a fun experience. I've loved getting to know all the details. I love how much detail you have given us. It has been an honor. But with the final question, what do you want your legacy to be?
This might be, hoping anyway, this might be the easiest answer, I think, or the most straightforward thing I'll say. I want to be known as a good
I'm not
hand.
bothered by it. Take as long as you need, man.
Well, I'd like to be known as a good hand. That sounds so wrong. If Jam's still here, he'll see that the wrong way. I'd like to be a good hand in the sense where people know that if they needed somebody to come in and help someone inexperienced, they could ask me. If they've got a big star and they want to have a bit of a marquee odd match, like, we could sell this as a bit strange, this is a bit odd, they could ask me. If they want me to be a face, just start the show, make the crowd happy, they know they can rely on me. They want a villain, start the show. Well, yeah, if it's what Chris is saying there, I'd like for people to to remember it in a sense where they could say, right, you can be a heel, you can open the show, you could be a villain, a heel, you can close the show. We've got a girl here, one of the girls has dropped out. I did that in FCW. I've now been able to wrestle. I wrestled Eden once when she's Penelope Grace. When I wrestled her the second time, 2 different characters, same girl, but the first time we wrestled is because the girl that was meant to wrestle her couldn't. So I went and wrestled her. Nobody cared. They almost were ready to believe I could wrestle a woman. But then they'll have me wrestle a guy 3 times my size. So I do a match designed for how I would wrestle a woman that's similar size to me and a guy that's 3 times my size. I'd like a promoter to say, we can trust you to do that. So I could be somebody's champion. I could start the show. I could be a henchman. I could be part of almost like a part of a gauntlet match. Need to put a big guy over. I'll make his clothesline look great. I'll take a flip. I just want to do as much as I can. And the legacy I want to leave is that I was a good hand, capable, reliable, trustworthy, knew what the job was. Because I don't see myself being a worldwide superstar now. That's fine. What I want to do is keep being able to get the bookings and make the extra money that I make so that I can say I have done the job, I worked hard, I made the particular attempt to be different, engaging, as I say, a good hand, kept people safe, made people look good, but also made myself look good, pushed the product forward, and generally tried to make everything that little bit better than how I found it. And I think that's all you can ask for. Some people want to be big, famous wrestlers. There's limited time for me to do this. At 41 years old, if I could manage it by the time, like if I was to become famous and make, decent money, it'd be great. But I don't think I'd have a long shelf life. However, maybe I could do that, could be world famous, just not as a wrestler. But if that wasn't to happen, the environments I'm in, I'm happy I got this far. I really am. So to be remembered as a good hand, reliable, trustworthy, and somebody that people would want to work with, that's great. Because when I started, I was told I wouldn't have a long shelf life and I wouldn't be around for long because people wanted me out there, not because they hated me. They just didn't want a small guy in the wrestling environment when they thought there was no place for me, but they thought they had earned their spot. So it was a case of, we like him, but get rid of him, break him, stop him from having. He's not important. Killing the business, doesn't get it. Don't book him, he's terrible. Limited at best. Simply gimmick. And that was said by people who probably had a lot more on their plate. Guys that were of good sizes, good wrestlers, they're all competing. So they can't say about they might say about the most famous or the top champion or the top guy on the bill. They might hate him for being at the top. But it's easier to go, that little guy, he's shit. That little guy, his gimmick doesn't make sense. That little guy, it's not believable that he beats people. They knock me down, they can feel that little bit better about themselves. The John Fires, the Chris Waters, the Dalton Steeles, these guys with their silly little superhero names can feel a little bit stronger, a little bit better, because they're trying to be Kota Ibushi or Mr. Perfect or Terry Gordy, and they're doing everything they can. And they're not a bad wrestler, but they're not a great wrestler because they're filling a space in the show. But they feel a bit better stomping on my head. Or at least they did do years ago. And I took that to heart. But what I realise now is that a lot of these guys don't wrestle anymore. They've come and they've gone. Some of these people are still about, but they're not wrestlers anymore. And some of them have spent time out of the business to come back and go, yeah, I was a bit of a dick back then. And I think I didn't need to be, because I was Euan to start with. And once I understood I was going to be quirky, I did it. And I was told I could just wrestle like everybody else, but I'd get lost in the shuffle because I'm like 5'2". But then I was told you could stick out, but you'll always be expected to stick out. And it means that you might not be taken seriously and you will be typecast. And I have broken both of those things in 18 years. Don't think I'm going to get a medal or, like a little hug and a cake from somebody. But what I will get is hopefully people going, you know what? He went in with so little and managed to get so much. And he was a good hand. He wanted to improve every product he was a part of. He wanted to help because it benefited him and the people involved. What more can you want? And I'm not trying to say, oh, I'm an innocent man and I've never had, you know, like opinions. I've never argued, because I have done. There's times where I've unprofessionally walked out of shows in a huff. I've been annoyed because somebody's, you know, not done business like I thought they should have. However, I wouldn't do that now. And if I did it, there'd have to be a damn good reason for me to get up and get angry, you know. So that's why now, if I snuff it tomorrow, if I'm gone, right, and this is the last bit of actual footage of my human life, understand that I'm not at war with wrestling anymore. I'm not bitter. I'm not angry. All the people that told me I was nothing and I wouldn't get anywhere and I was just a trick midget, they can't really say anything now. They can if they want. They can tell me I'm awful. I've had a lot worse said to me. I've had a lot worse said to me in life. And I've seen life go a lot worse for people that had nasty things to say. And I realised where it all came from. You know, wrestling is a really silly business at times. But it's also what it's stupid and it's weird, but it draws a lot of people to it. And it creates an idea of, I guess, of adventure. It's a bit of escapism. People like it, and I've become part of that escapism. And I appreciate it. And I'm grateful for it. And only by looking back like that do I think, yeah, you don't need to be world famous. You don't need to be, you know, on a wrestling, you know, Pro Wrestling Insider top 500. You could be the 501 best wrestler in the world, Euan. Or you could be the 5,000,001. Doesn't matter. So long as you have done right by the environments you've been in and left a small legacy for people to go back and go, oh, he was quite entertaining. He was quite interesting in the ring. I like what he was doing. You know, said it when I came back. You're one of the faces I was so happy to see. So glad you're still on the scene. It's good to see good people still ticking on. I appreciate that, Paul, because I had no plans to leave, but I was going to keep grafting, and I'm grafting now harder than I ever have done. I'm annoyed it's taken me to this point to start thinking, yeah, I'll work really hard, because I did work hard, but I don't think I worked hard enough, and I constantly knocked myself and constantly got annoyed at myself for not going above and beyond. But see now, when I do work hard even a little bit, I think, wait a minute, I'm getting somewhere. I'm doing something. I'm actually focusing on things in a much different way, and it's reaping results. So I just keep going, because I don't know when the fire will burn out completely, you know. And I'd rather like do as much as I can with this boost than waste it. It's the last thing I want to do. And I'd love, if even say I'm like I'm 43 in a couple of years, but I'm 43 and I stopped wrestling. I'd love for people to say, I'm glad Euan was there when I was at this point in my career. I'm glad I could have turned to him. I'm glad he was there. Not because I'm everybody's friend, because there's people that just don't like me, people that just don't get me. But that's their journey to take. And if they want to get me, great. Maybe it's my journey to get. Maybe I need to understand how to interact with these people. But really, I'm going in and doing the job I can with the time I've got. And I'm trying to make it good, trying to make it work. I don't need to step on anybody's toes, because I need to focus on myself. I need to make myself a good thing. So yeah, there we are, Brandon. I want to be remembered as a good hand, and at least having a hand in making some people who maybe felt like they didn't have a chance, or that they weren't going to have something, made them feel like they could, you know? Because if somebody has got beyond that, like, you know, beyond they've walked across the barrier, so now they're in wrestling. I want those people that are in wrestling. I think, well, if you've taken that brave step, I want you to find the thing that works for you in wrestling. And if you genuinely find nothing, there's so much out there in wrestling, there must be something you can find. So keep looking. And for the fans, I want to say, I was never ever on your television sets every week, but you did come to see me live. And when I was on TV and have been on TV in the past, you saw me there and you were happy for me. I don't need to be, you know, punched and like inserted into their lives all the time. Sometimes that little bit that I've done, well, thank you, Chris, for that little bit that I've done when people have seen me, they maybe seen me on TV when ICW was on TV, but they've also seen like little YouTube clips, or they've seen maybe YouTube shorts and gone, oh, I saw you be advertised, or I've seen, I don't need much more. Some people really like get greedy over the fame, and they go from, and this is not to knock him, but Big Drew McIntyre, Drew Galloway, he said years ago in a training seminar that I was part of, he said that when he's been, when he was building his body up and he was working out, he'd look at who looked the best on TV and try and look as good as them. And I think because he had the size and the build, that could be an achievable dream. Now, unless I got different legs and longer arms and a bigger body, then maybe I could do that. But then I wasn't giving up. But at the time, I thought, yeah, somebody your size has a slight advantage. So I thought, well, how do I get somebody like me to even survive in the wrestling environment when it doesn't want me here? I love wrestling, but it doesn't love me back. Still, instead of being scorned by that and upset, I don't need to look like any wrestler who's the top of the business. I'll just look like Euan, and I will push and push to be Euan, right? And be as I am, but also by being a good hand, I can't damage the product I'm part of. I know my gimmick in FCW was to insult the audience about their simplistic tastes in wrestling, but that was a creative device to get a reaction. Truly, I can't damage wrestling. I have to be true to it, and I have to be fair to it, and I have to understand what makes certain things work and what things could work. But always being open to it and having looking at things with a critical eye, but not to destroy them, not to tear them apart. There's too much of that now. There's never anybody looking at what did work and what didn't work without shooting it down. And I think a lot of wrestlers who get really defensive and get on their Twitters to defend botches and stuff. And I think, do you know why a botch will happen? Because maybe sometimes things are badly timed, but sometimes what's planned is probably not necessary. If it's possible to make a huge mistake with it, maybe don't do it, and keep yourself safe so that you can perform for years and years. And once you've been a wrestler, if you're really famous, go to Comic-Cons, make a bit of money that way. If you're really, really famous, keep wrestling or do appearances. Don't endanger yourself just for that internet fame for a bit. Unfortunately, some people find themselves in positions where that's what they're after. And if people are riding high, that's great. But I'd really like to be remembered, as I say, as a good hand and somebody who looked out for the business but looked out for the people. Because the biggest enemy, I don't think, is in wrestling. I think it's out there. I don't know if you agree with me, Brandon, but the world out there sometimes doesn't get wrestling, sometimes wants to put wrestling as a silly, almost like a joke, or doesn't quite respect it. And wrestling doesn't help itself at times. But if wrestlers come across as people that care about their product and are ready to provide it to people in a manageable and manageable and respectful way, people will respect wrestling a bit more. I think sometimes wrestlers forget who paved the way for them. So when wrestlers are quite self-entitled, and some people just walk right into the wrestling business now, I think they forget who helped build. I am glad. When I started in 2007, if I'd say I'd started in the 90s, there's no way I'd be on a show. People would have probably said I should be a referee or an announcer. There's no way they'd have me wrestle, even if I was good. They would never have bothered because I'm too small. Wrestling's a big man's game. Now wrestlers are smaller, from all over, and they've all got different traits. But at the time, wrestling was a big man's game. In 2007, no one would have taken a first look at me, never mind a second look. But now, I've been fortunate to go through a period where I threw away my opportunities, but I was able to see the wrestling business develop, and I thought, right, as the wrestling business grows, so too do I need to grow, and I need to learn. I can't be a star. I can't be well-travelled. I might manage that. I want to be cult. I want to be remembered. I want to be kind of like a cult movie that nobody really knows about, and then they learn about me. And when I'm gone for good, that's when I think I'll probably be understood. That rhymes as well. But when I am gone, genuinely, when I'm not able to wrestle or I pass on or whatever, anything I've left in wrestling, I think people will go, we get what he was trying to do. We get what he was aiming for. We get the approach that he took. And hopefully somebody who's able to do a lot more with it will find that and go, I've seen what Euan Mackie was doing back in 2025. This is in 2050. and the guy will go, I'm going to apply that to what I'm doing, but there's better opportunities now. There's better, there's better access to things than there ever was when Euan was around, and I'm going to push this. I'm going to do something with it, because if I manage to do that, then I've given back to wrestling. It didn't have to be anything that was widely celebrated, and that's what I would leave. It's slightly modest in a way, but it also means it doesn't have to always be about me. It's understanding that whether I'm here or not, wrestling still will be. That's really it.
Well, I must say, it has been an absolute honor, Mr. Euan Mackie. We hope to have you back on in the near future. And
I'd love to
may I
come
just
back
say,
on,
this was a... Huh?
You'll have to give me a time limit so that you can say.
I don't
"Talk
do
here, but
time
only-"
limits, sir. However long you go on, that's up to you, sir. I love it.
Well, I'm glad you appreciate it. But I'll let you continue, Brandon, because I interrupted you, so I apologise.
No worries at all, sir. It has been such an honor, and I just want to say thank you to everybody that showed up, and stay tuned for more, and also be sure to check out Dropkick and Imperial and Valor this weekend.
Yes, exactly. If
And
you're watching,
Firestar. Fire City, sorry.
but yeah, if you can, Firestar, Fair City as well, and Firestar was mentioned in there as well. I've not worked for them yet, but I'd like to. You heard me there, Rob Bagwell. You heard me. You better. You know me. You've spoken to me. I let you leg drop me. I let you leg drop me in a match in Alba. Book me on your show, for goodness sake. Anyhow, you've heard Brandon lay down the law there. We've got Fair City coming up next. We've got Bleeding Gums Wrestling next week. We've got Valor this week. We've got IWF this week, and we've got Dropkick Wrestling. People, if you like your wrestling, these promotions have got Facebooks, they've got YouTubes, they've got Instagrams. They put their stuff up, and some of them have got Patreons as well. And it's IWF's first show. They haven't booked me on it, and they should have, but maybe they will soon. I've been in talk. So, Brandon, I'll leave it up to you to do your thing.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Euan Mackie. I am Larry. It was nice to have y'all here, and peace out.